be a space to play inside of zone right ahead of them. Big nades coming through. Does look like they did get a knock into the Chosen, and another nade getting the second one. Gosh, when it goes down to that, is it just
around pretty much almost right on top of each other. Telly's got to make a play. He pops up, gets one, switches. Oh, and he's going to get the follow. Comes down to 2v2, of course, and the flip though.
Not to be happy about this. MEZEXIS is the last one alive. A little bit of a distraction coming through from Pig.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL North America 2023 Spring Split. A lot has changed since we last saw you guys. Before we get started, though, my name is Zen Worlds Gaming, and it is my pleasure to be your host. I wouldn't be able to do this by myself, though, so let me introduce to you my amazing analyst, Cameron Davis. Cameron, how are you?
What's up? I'm doing great. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be here. We're going to have an exciting league ahead of us in Spring 23.
100%. I mean, it's going to be exciting. A lot of stuff has changed, as I mentioned. So before we get started, why don't we just take a quick, brief look at this format video so you are up to date with what's going on.
Reload your weapons, put on that level 3 helmet, get ready to watch the pros as they make their way to your screens once again in 2023. This spring season, we bring the heat from the very start. With reduced placement points, teams will be put to the ultimate test. Teams will go through 3 weeks of grueling league stage action. Each week, we will have 5 days of matches. 20 teams will be divided into 5 groups. Each match will be played among 4 groups. Following a round-robin format, each team will get 4 matches per day to build up their points. They will be shuffled into groups at the beginning of each week. And to top things off, Vikendi will be making a comeback to the map pool. As per their placement in each week, teams will get bonus points which will carry over to the finals. Therefore, the best case scenario is when a team tops all 3 weeks and the overall table. The top 16 teams will move on to the finals at the end of the league stage. The final will be played across 3 days over the course of 18 matches. The top 5 teams will move on to the Americas Championship, and the top team after 3 days will be declared the champion of PMPL North America Spring 2023. Don't miss the action as we kick off PMPL North America Spring 2023.
Lots of changes since we last saw you guys. Do me a favor, pull up that format graphic so we can review it again, because I even got a little bit confused there. Cameron, take it away, please.
Yeah. So the scheduling is pretty straightforward. We do get 3 weeks of round-robin play, and the important thing is being the top 16 advancing into the finals, where there are only 18 matches in the grand finals. But let's look at the points, because that's where the majority of the changes are occurring.
Definitely. I mean, instead of 15 points from getting first place, and now you're only going to be getting 10 points. And if you end up in 9th to 16th, that's going to be a big old donut of just 0 points. So that 1 point per elimination, I feel like it's going to matter even more this season. And now you're going to be seeing the bonus points. That is something that we are familiar with if you remember from last season. Or if you don't, let me just break it down to you a little bit more. Each week, if you place in the first place after each week, you're going to be able to get 10 points. And as Hotjukes was saying on the video, a team could end up with a 40-point lead going into the finals. And that would be massive, because with the prize pool that we have right now, that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, now the important thing to keep in mind is that these bonus points are not for the 3 weeks of regular play. They only start counting towards your points in the grand finals, but it's about logging as many of these points as you can, because getting top 16 to get into the finals is good, but more importantly is where in that top 16 you are. You can build up a really solid hot streak if you start performing well out of the gate. There's not really a lot of wiggle room for a team to start slow here if they want a good chance to win the whole thing come grand finals.
Not at all. Like before, teams used to be able to take off a week when we had those super weekends and all of that stuff. Well, now you're not able to take off a single game off. So we'll see if maybe some hot drops do happen. But you know what? The prize pool, $100,000 in finals. First place, he's going to be taking $9,000, and then MVP is going to be taking $500. Now, the reason why I mentioned those two is because the reigning champions, I mean, Knights, no longer here. MVP, Coops, no longer here in NA.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see who's going to be taking that money home. But just in case you're not sure what the calendar is going to be looking like, let's take a quick look at the calendar. That way you can mark down every single day. We're going to be pretty much Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursdays, and then on the weekends.
Yeah. 5 game days every week for the 3 weeks of regular play. But like I said, the finals is only 3. So the regular series, the regular Spring 23 is going to be a bit of an endurance fest, but the finals is more of a sprint.
And I love that in the finals, they kind of get some wiggle room in between like the last day of week 3 and then the finals, so they can go back and look at what maybe they did wrong. But before we even continue on, I want to give a special thanks to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Now, you're probably wondering which teams are going to be participating. So let's take a quick look at some of the teams that are actually going to be participating, because I mentioned a lot of changes here. I mean,
A lot of changes.
Nova is no longer Nova. It's actually in Hyper, and even more stuff. So before we even continue here, we actually have another great video with in regards to the participating teams. Let's take a look at that.
With some big names missing in action, the battlegrounds of North America stand at the dawn of a new era. And that means we'll have another group of warriors to crown as the new kings. As we kick things off, let us take a look at the new powers at play. Chiffon, Rin, Kindness, and QZZ are names that are more than just Pro League contenders. They were one name, one synergy that always stood tall in the region.
1, 2, but unfortunately he gets knocked as well. Nova, though, they still have 2 members up strong. Kindness, actually, now the last one alive. It's a 1v1. Some huge damage on either side. Kindness only at 1 HP. Stepping inside of the zone, that's not going to be good, but luckily.
And this spring season, they are looking forward to rebuilding their empire under a new banner, N Hyper. Joining them in their quest is one of Western Europe's veteran gunners, GK First from TJB Esports, the top fragger from the roster that won the Western European Spring title. N Hyper has an arsenal full of explosives crafted to wipe clean the battlegrounds of North America. Quite a lot of teams are yet to have a memorable run in the pro circuit, but with a major revamp of their roster, this time Execute is looking all set to make a mark. Although Fate and Jason remain, new faces like Casper, Juancho, and Drago have brought in some heavy firepower. But the main highlight is definitely Tensa, a former member of the defending champions. Execute fans now look up to him for a championship run this season. Coming in the place of Korean barbecue lovers, Team YKG has retained Joey and Acer. Chico and Fears are joining them from the Panthers, along with 24K, the top performing member from WALLSTREETBETS. Keeping in mind what all these individual talents are capable of, fans will surely have high expectations. Now making a comeback to the pro scene is the iconic trio of SubG, Gaji, and Stellar. The Chosen have reawakened their spirits for a clean shot at the North American title. This same roster landed a podium finish in the last spring split, and the additions of new talent like Anying are more than enough to seal the title place once and for all. Lastly, we have Dope Slayers, who have acquired the core of the Star Gaming roster for this season. 4th place in the Fall League stage, followed by 3rd place in the finals. They are in the same league as the top names. But history only remembers the winners. And just like the rest of them, Dope Slayers need to slay their way to the top. With all fresh names at the top contenders, this time North America is likely to have a new name to call as their champions. Who do you think can beat the rest to the finish line? Find out in PMPL North America, Spring 2023.
Wow. Okay, roster mania, a lot of new faces here. There's a lot I want to talk about, but Cameron, it's been a minute since I've gotten a chance to work with you, so I definitely want to hear what you got to say. Which teams are you going to be looking at?
Yeah, first thing I want to drop a nice stat for you all, just in case you didn't believe us when we say that there was a lot of roster changes. I counted it up. There were over 40 individual roster moves coming from last fall into this spring. Now, if you remove the cases of like an entire team moving over, for example, Nova now being NHyper, but it's essentially the same roster, it does remove some of those, but it's still around 34 roster moves, give or take. So we have a lot of big question marks, especially when you consider the fact that the Knights, the last fall champions, aren't here anymore. We're missing a couple of key players from that team as well. And not even from the Knights. I think we're actually missing 3 of the top 5 fraggers from the fall finals. So like, we are not kidding when we say that there is a lot of question marks and a big door open for teams to take over this league right now.
Yeah, it's going to be wide open for whoever's going to be taking first place. For me, I do have my favorites here and there. Don't worry, I'll be telling you guys throughout the days. NHyper is a team I'm going to be looking at. I mean, there was the second place team in the finals of the last season of the PMPL 2022 fall. I feel like now they might have a chance to finally end up being in first place now that they don't really have Knights with them. And Execute, that's a team that I'm actually going to be looking at closely. I love what I saw from Fate at the end of last year. I feel like Fate is finally coming to his peak. And now with the addition of Tensa, I feel like the mix between those two players, with the addition of the whole roster, obviously, they're going to be able to do great things.
Yeah, a team that I do want to put a little bit of a spotlight on at the start. When you're looking at all the predictions that us as broadcast talent have given, we're seeing a lot of YKG, seeing a lot of NHyper, seeing a lot of Execute, a little bit of Panthers, but it's actually Dope Slayers that I want to focus on just a little bit. They were known as Star Gaming in the last season, and they were a little more of the sort of slow and steady style. And the thing that I want to focus on is that they had the highest average placement, and I think they're going to do well this season. They're only going to continue their sort of trajectory upwards. However, with the points change from 15 to 10 for first place, where eliminations are essentially buffed because placements were nerfed, we can see if that's going to affect them much or not at all. That's for all the question marks that we have, that's still yet another one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be surprises, right? And I think a surprise for me and a team that might end up surprising a lot of viewers is going to end up being Team Mobility. I mean, they have such veterans now at this point. Right off the bat, I can think of Trey. They've been, if I'm not mistaken, I think they have at least like 4 PMPLs under their belt. If there was ever a time to shine with all the roster changes that have happened, with everything that has happened here in NA, I think it is a time to shine for them as well. And with the Panthers, completely different squad as we're able to see there. They are able to add some great players from where was it? I feel in Esports. Yeah, that's what it was. Stuck in the past. Throwback to last season. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be doing this season as well. But, you know, we're talking about this teams. Let's actually talk about the maps, which maps we're going to be playing, because you heard it. Vikendi is making a comeback finally, back. Cameron.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. It's always nice to have a full seasonal rotation. You get the nice sunny weather. You get the nice spring. You get the fall of Erangel. I guess would Sanhok be spring? Okay, whatever. We don't. This analogy doesn't need to go that deep. The fact we get the snow back, I'm excited.
Me too. And you know what? Talking about Sanhok, I love that it's right there in the middle in case somebody is having a bad day within like the first start. You know, first match, second match. You always have Sanhok, which is always a madness, and teams do end up surprising us. Vikendi, I'm intrigued to see who's actually going to start dominating on that.
Yeah, we'll see. No, but I like what you mentioned about Sanhok as well. No map ever does the equivalent of a cold water to the face that Sanhok does, just because it's up tempo, it's a lot of chaos, it's a lot of fighting from the bat. You sort of get out of your head if that's an issue from the first 2 maps.
Yeah, and we can see here Group E is going to be sitting out Execute, a team that I was just talking about. I was hoping we'll get a chance to see him here in the first match. We're not going to be able to, but guess what? Maybe they'll get some extra time just to see how some of these new teams are going to be playing, some of the new rosters are going to be playing. So a lot of time for them to take and just take in how are they going to be starting off hot right off the bat? Are they going to be playing a little bit patient? We'll have to wait and find out. But for everybody currently watching, make sure you guys follow our social medias. And if you do end up tweeting at us or posting pictures on Instagram, whatever it is that you do, please use hashtag PMPL NA. We will be, same as last season, we'll be picking up some of your tweets, some of your pictures that you guys post. So just make sure you please use that hashtag PMPL NA. I know I'll definitely be using it. Well, you know what, Cameron? We talked about it enough. I actually want to see what the casters got to say. So let me introduce the amazing casters that we're going to be having on this first day, which is none other than Hot Jukes and Sute. How are you guys doing?
I'm feeling great, brother. I am so hyped. We're finally back here with some more PUBG Mobile action. I'm excited to see the takings underway. Zute, how you feeling, bro?
I'm feeling great, and I see we are all prepped, Jukes, for the new map coming in. Vikendi,
Yes.
we got our...
They're wearing collared shirts.
There we go.
Yeah,
We're blending in.
Okay.
Why are they're trying to beat us at this
Am I
fashion
supposed
game.
to go change right now? Is that what's
Yeah.
going
Yes,
on?
you should have done that.
I think that's what they're
Yes,
telling us.
absolutely.
I love
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell
Sensei's
you
shirt
what,
and I
dude.
love Hot Juke's shirt. Okay, so you know what? I like it. But before we continue on, Hot Jukes, before with what you were gonna say, I do have a bit of a prediction game here for you too, Cameron.
Oh.
Who do you guys
Go.
think is gonna end up being in the top 5 at the end of this PMPL NA? And why? You know what, Cameron? You go first. You go
Yeah,
first.
I'll go first. Listen, these producers, they're throwing softballs at us. Top 5, weak. I am going to say who is top 1. First
Ooh.
place, number 1, and it's Execute. Hands down. The opening is there, and I believe in them.
Wow,
You know what?
Cameron back
I
and so
respect it.
wrong off the rip. What could you say? You know,
I gotta
love
agree.
to see that right there. You know what I say? You know what? When it's looking dark and feeling lonely, you must always believe it's Joey, baby. It's YKG off the rip. You know they're coming in hot, Zute. I see you think alike.
I mean, Hot Jukes stole the words right out of mouth. It's all about YKG, the Joey train, the choo-choo Joey. We believed in this player a lot, you know, the last year, and with some players stepping down, it's time for the Joey train to shine.
Rise, rise.
Well, you know what? As much as I like the crown logo, I had to switch it up. We couldn't have 3 people here on the with just the crown. So, and Hyper. I got to go with N Hyper. So, you know what? Take it away, guys. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here in the first match.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Seven. Cameron, good to see you back here in the PMPL. Guys, let's get it going. Match number 1 about to get started. Zoo, how you feeling, dude?
Oh, I'm feeling great. This year, I am even more excited. Like every year, I think besides, you know, the roster changes that I'm looking forward to, it's the format, the point system.
Yes.
They change it every year, and it just gets more and more interesting. Of course, this year, placement points have been at an abysmal low now. It's all about the elimination points this year.
Dude, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I got to get a glimpse of just how these teams are playing in the Titan series before, and it's ridiculous. Like this whole entire play style, we're going to see change completely, right? I mean,
Yes.
sticking around, waiting for teams to come to you, that's over, right? I mean, you got to go hunt down squads. I think we're about to see the third-party era begin here in PMPL Zoo.
Oh, third party, if not fourth party. We already saw last year, you know, the better teams, the more experienced teams, they had that third party ready. And now with the elimination points even more important, let's ramp that third party up to fourth and fifth parties. That is what I'm going to be looking forward to. Action and non-stop. And if there is no action, I want to see a team roaming around the map looking for a bit of that action.
Yeah, I want to see it off the rip, too, especially here in North America, right? Because now we have a new point system that's going to support more of an aggressive play style. It kind of gives, I think, it's a fresh start, right? I mean, all teams, all players are going to have to hit that reset button and apply new strategies. So I think the playing board is pretty even. Obviously, we've seen, you know, the Eastern teams dominate at the highest level. But hey, this could be the chance. This could be the chance. Now that things have mixed up so much, I think if the teams come out hot off the rip, we might see NA finally make it to the big show, Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. NA has never been really known for strategy. That always went over to like the Asia side. Like, look at their rotations, look at their positioning. NA, we're more about, you know, run and gun. We're more about the mechanics, the, you know, quick lean peaks, the jiggle peaks. But yeah, like you said, now with elimination points being more at the forefront, maybe NA does have a chance in the grand scheme of things. But that is way later down the road. First, we got to see who is going to be, you know, the number 1 in NA to begin with. And with so many roster changes, some teams, you know, some players stepping down, some teams remaining, some experienced teams, everything's got to be put kind of into a shuffle.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping this will be the last time. I'm hoping this is the time where we'll see some teams say, hey, you know what? We got to stick together after this. You know, we got a new point system in effect. After this, regardless of what happens, we got to make sure we put that homework, figure out our problems, and get it going. Because here we go. Match number 1, PMPL NA first of 2023, Zute. We are witnessing it here. I think we're witnessing the start of greatness.
And I don't know if it's just me. That plane is looking extra frosty.
Yes, it is.
Looks like it's like a Vikendi skin plane. I still can't believe we got Vikendi back, by the way. Back in the days when we competed, we played Vikendi, and honestly, in my opinion, I like the map competitively. Maybe it's a little bit slow for like entertainment sakes because the map's so big, but honestly, the action really ramps up. Speaking about action ramping up, you asked for it starting off hot. We already got 2 teams, it looks like, dropping in North George Pool.
Let's go. Let's go. We are seeing it immediately here. We got a nice western plane path. So teams are going to be able to land all this side of the map. I'm looking always at that southern center side to see who's going to be going for those vehicles to probably loot Farm and Milta. We might see a hot drop there as well. But off the rip, like you said, Zoo, North George already looking slammed.
I want to see if some teams, like you said, go for those elimination points extremely early in the circles. Circle's going to be far to the east. Now, usually this is like a great circle for teams to get a fast rotation in, but I feel like, teams won't be as prioritizing those fast rotations and positionings anymore with that new point system. We'll see very shortly, and it does look like in North George, that spot's usually a good spot for 2-2. Oh, wait. Forget about North George. Let's talk about Gatka, Hot Jukes.
Gatka's getting busy, baby. There's MEZEXIS and Super Lazy Reflex. Really close together. So far, no eliminations on the board. Remix is stuck with just a pistol.
Shots.
That's looking rough. And he's completely out of position. He's literally in a Super Lazy Reflex sandwich right here.
Uh-huh. He's got support, but it's coming on the other angle side. So, yeah, if he goes down, it is done for him. Peralta, also with only a pistol.
The revolver. But it's the revolver. He's got to hit the headshot.
I don't know. I don't know, man. 2 pistols inactive. Maybe he's got something, but Super Lazy Reflex, they're not being lazy anymore. They're moving on up, and another pistol coming out. This is a all-out pistol fight, it looks like.
Oh, my gosh. Get your John Wick on. Get your John Wick on. Remix is just trying to play this very, very quietly. Oh, no.
Oh,
that is one player you do not want to fight. Yemen found an M4.
Oh, look at his secondary weapon. M249.
Oh, my
Imagine
gosh.
Going against the M249 with the pistol, but here comes Remix. Looking like he's going to make him. Oh, but we didn't see Trick! Out in the grass, pulling a quick trick on 2 of Super Lazy Reflex, and that is 2 down.
Remix
just like that. The fight has been spinned on top of his head, Hot Jukes.
Are you kidding me? And that was one of their main players as well. And Nectar does go down in that trade. But, man, it's MEZEXIS getting the last laugh.
Oh, it's done.
Done.
Oh, wow.
What happened to the M249 and M4? It wasn't ready for the Bison Zoo.
I don't even think I heard a shot being fired off by either of those guns.
Wow.
Well, we started off, Hot Jukes. This is what you asked for, and Trick, certainly pulling a trick on all of us. I had no... Did he... Okay. He must have prone, like, all the way over from the buildings south of that Gatka, where he looted the... Wow.
How did he cross for free? How did he get all the way back there? That's wild.
He just proned all the way over.
The
sneakiest of snakes.
Wow. Well, that definitely bit Super Lazy Reflex somewhere. That's for sure.
Yeah, they got to wake up.
That's
ridiculous. Get those reflexes going.
Yeah.
That's 4 points, by the way. A lot more than what it used to be with the placement points nerfed so much. I just can't exaggerate that enough. I want to see more of these early points now from these teams.
Definitely. It's really good for MEZEXIS too to start this off, because every single time you're in a new tournament, you're always dealing with those nerves, right? No matter how experienced you are, what level it is, you're going to deal with those nerves off the rip. And, to be able to get a nice squad wipe when you're only stuck with pistols, right? You got to be feeling good if you're MEZEXIS here, at least at the start. So hopefully some of those nerves are shaken off for them, and they can take advantage of this, because those bonus points, too, I think are going to come into play big time here.
Oh, yeah. Here we see one team already doing a rotation. So some teams still, not just gun-ho, looking for fights, still prioritizing the zone. And I'm surprised we saw that fight in Gatka. Last year, PMGC, it was Nova you know, hot dropping on Gaka as well with another team. I don't know what it is about Gaka, but seems like that's the new hot drop.
Guess so. I guess so. I mean, hey, we've already seen it so many times in a row. Guess it can't be coincidence after all. But I don't know. One thing I'm going to keep an eye on going forward is I'm going to look at Gaka and see if, you know, MEZEXIS and Super Laser Reflex are going to continue to land on each other. But let me ask you this, you know, after just game one, if you are SLR, do you try to go for him again? Or do you just say, hey, you know what, it's time to find another spot?
I think with elimination points being so much more important, give it another go, right? Like let's be honest here. Trick pulled a fast one on them. No one was expecting a snake out in the grass to get 2. Give Super Lazy Reflex a fair 4. I mean, I guess it was a fair 4-on-4 fight. They just were not, you know, paying attention to the drops coming down. But in another situation where they have, you know, an idea of where all 4 members are, maybe Super Lazy Reflex ends up winning that one. So I say they should give it another go.
Okay. I think I can agree with you there. Hey, at least one more, right? At least one more.
Yeah.
It's still early on in the tournament, so you do have a little bit of room to breathe, that's for sure. But man, definitely not the way that you wanted to start it off here. So far, still a lot of quiet rotations. I wanted to ask you a question earlier, Zoo. I heard you at the start. You were saying about how you would expect teams to stick a little bit longer rather than those quick rotations. Why do you think that?
Just, you know, because since fights are a lot more important now, that means you need to make sure you're more looted up before you engage in that first fight, in my opinion. Usually, you know, fast rotations gets you in a good positioning to get you further into the game. Like maybe you end up 6th place, 7th place, placement-wise, right? Or 4th. But we saw the points, you know, the point spread for you know, the placement points now. It is not looking very appetizing. So if you prioritize that early rotation, sure, maybe you guarantee yourself a top 5 finish, but that top 5 finish is not many points whatsoever. And I personally would rather have the loot, the guns, the ammo, all that stuff, ready to just be like, hey, let's take the first isolated fight we can see and just go from there. Because that's 4 points right off the bat if you win that.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good point there. I wanted to see how those teams that like to hold those edge positions and just kind of push in outside, how they're going to really take on this scoreboard. I agree with you. I think that that does make a lot of sense. I do want to give one counterpoint, and I think that teams that are looting early and moving quickly, I think they should be doing their homework hardcore on these teams. There's one little strat I haven't seen a lot of, and that's those teams that just really, really study these teams' drops and their rotations. Because if you're able to loot quick and camp out one of their vehicle rotation areas, you might be able to pop them out the vehicle and get all that loot for free and get some 4 points early on.
True. So what you're saying, Jukes, is rotate early, not for positioning, but for a trap.
Yes.
To still engage in a fight. I think that is the outside of the box thinking at this point. Everyone, you know, when they rotate early, it's usually goes center circle, but rotate early, set up a trap. Yeah, you're right. We don't see that often enough. We see it like towards the later stages of a tournament when the points get super thin and teams know who they have to target, but you're absolutely right. Why not just do it from the beginning?
I mean, right off the rip. I mean, if especially for a team that you really are looking to take advantage of, you know, a squad that you don't want to fight in the late game or a team that you know kind of goes in your similar area, if you're able to camp them out on a rotation, not only is that going to disrupt them in that game, but also mess with them mentally, as we are going to see Supra and Skur go down to Slimmy.
Ooh, quick 2 points there. This is, I don't know if it's nerves or if it's the new point system where these teams are just very jittery and looking to, you know, take any engagements that they can. And if you take a look in that elimination feed, there's even more fights going on. We're already down to 57, and this is day 1, Jukes. Usually day 1 of any tournament series, we don't see anything happen for like the first 10-15 minutes. And now with the new point system, it's just nonstop fighting.
Non-stop, off the rip. I love it. I'm so excited. This is what I've been waiting for so long. And you see teams having to just forced to run out in the open as well. I mean, this is still what, circle number 1? I mean, or stage 2 now? I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, none of these players actually have vehicles Wonder what happened here. Now, these are the two teams that dropped out in North Georgia. Maybe no vehicle spawns? Maybe that was in the patch notes that we missed out on too, because I'm looking at my map feed, right, Jukes? Those two teams, no one's in a vehicle. They're just in the blue, running and gunning each other.
Goodness gracious. So they are stuck out in the middle of the open in phase 2. That's brutal. That's not the place you want to be. Looks like Golden Eagles are looking for that, you know, just still kind of sitting in the same spot strategy. Holding it down there. Kaka. As we see the legendary YKG. Look at that. Look at that. Look at them go. I'll tell you what. YKG, going to be a team that's going to be a problem. Joey, I think he's going to come bring it this season. This could be his year.
Well, I mean, with Coops no longer being part of the NA region, right? There are some names that come to mind that who's going to, you know, take up that mantle. And Joey, of course, a player that's just been grinding it out.
Dude,
since,
that's what I love
like,
to see.
The beginning of time. And, you know, there's a lot of other players that have been doing the same. But Joey's one of those that, you know, really stuck his head out and just, like, you know, with confidence. Ooh.
Speaking of stuck his head out, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we saw it going down like that. Men of 4 down to men of 1, I think. After that knock.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
actually,
angry amateurs there.
No, men of 4 still actually have 3 up. It's actually angry amateurs right here. Down to 1, looking to confirm that also important in elimination points. And the new circle, by the way, has popped up. We're centering up right around the school area. The Panthers engaged in a fight right now. Looks like a little bit of a stalemate.
Let's take a look here. As we are dealing with a party here at the gas station. I do love the fact that you can now refill those vehicles at the gas station. Something I've always wanted to see. We now get a peek at. Let's take a look at XQS. On to the Panthers. Big Nate. They're looking to be into some trouble here.
Panthers back and forth shots. Panthers definitely have a better kind of positioning over the team of Excuse. They're essentially gatekeeping Excuse out of a rotation in, and I don't see any vehicles for Excuse that they could utilize. Oh, there's one coming in with the buggy. They're going to be taking some blue damage here. It's a little bit tricky to navigate this. Are they just going to circle around and try and go up ahead, or are they going to go straight into the jaws of the Panther?
Yeah, I think that's that plan. You know, the Panthers have a good setup here, a nice spread, but they got to make sure that the, you know, Zuko and Nate cannot get knocked, because if they do, they are not getting back up. So here comes Excuse James doing the hard rotation all the way around to this Wizard Tower, or at least just trying to get some more intel. Yeah, he's going to just keep doing some circles for now. But it looks like the Panthers are stuck on just, waiting for a knock.
Ooh.
And there's the first one on the Kai.
Yeah, Zuko and the backline's catching the last player of Excuse, and that should be it for Excuse. Yeah, Excuse, they are trapped. They are done. 2-man, last stand, and here comes the cars to run over. Chronix with 1. Here comes Nate with the other. Oh, don't blow that vehicle up.
Oh,
Butterfinger goodness right there. And that is another team. This is, I think, you know, what I would like to see more of now with this new point system. Engage in that fight on the edge. Don't worry about rotating. Pick up those points. Very well done.
I agree. I agree. I think before we would have seen teams just kind of press towards center position, but now looking to get in those fights early on. Here comes the Chosen in big trouble right now.
Oh, the Chosen. Subpig. Valiant last stand, throws that nade, buys himself a little more time to pop off that first save, but from the backside, Subpick goes down. And now it is all down to 1 player.
Oh,
that is stellar.
No, pre-fired into a DBS shot from Dong, but here goes Gaji all the way from downtown, straight to the lobby. That's Puppeteers, eliminating the Chosen.
Very well done for Puppeteers. Now, the Chosen, another experienced team. A team that, you know, could be one of the top 5 for sure, with a very poor start, in my opinion. Getting completely taken out. I don't even think they secured 1 point, only 1.
That's going to be a tough start for all those squads. Dope, getting shot at here. They're going to kind of take cover. As we are looking at, this is N Hyper, all the way up top. Kindness on the roof, getting that great lay of the land. Dude, N Hyper is so good just like you mentioned, tactically, right? Looking at looking at every single angle and where to go. They know exactly where to be.
Yeah, they right now with the way the circle is, they are on the high ground, probably the best position. This used to be, you know, the Nova squad, so it's not a surprise that they are in probably the best position out of all the teams. But that positioning, those placement points, have been cut down a lot. I want to see NHyper, you know, stick to their, you know, bread and butter, but adjust it a little bit to be a little bit more aggro. Maybe have their splits reach out a little bit more to go for those just isolated picks. And here is that one pick that I was talking about. There we go. QZZ gets one. Want to see the rest of the team mobilize and move in, and you see that right now, Hodjux, on the minimap.
Here they go, straight onto Dope. I love how QZ is just pressuring them all the way from downtown. And Dope is just done, just like that. I like how NHyper decided to do that very quickly, too, so they make sure they don't get third-partied.
Yeah. Nice and control right there. I feel like the old NHyper, the old Nova team, and the old format, they might have just waited and chilled. You know, wait for the next zone because they have such a good spot. But now, you know, this is really working for them because now they're going more aggressive.
Yes, sir, indeed. Puppeteer is throwing down some nades onto the Panthers. I really love how the Panthers are starting this off. This is a team I had a lot of high hopes for. It's a previous series. And it looks like they finally are coming into the PMPL with a little bit of heat as they got 6 eliminations to start things off. And they are holding that edge position. This is one of those teams that like loves to hold that edge and just push in. And I think we're seeing it pay off here to start things off.
So far, all the edge teams have been working really well. But then again, that's because they're the edge team that survived the fight, right? There's other teams that were also edging in, and they were the ones that got taken out. Speaking about edging in, Joey, stuck in the blue, just needs to make a little bit of a cross to get in. This is YKG we're looking at. We do have some of them. Yeah.
Two of my favorite players in the world. And you can see here, which team is going to win the map. Zute, you still sticking with YKG? I think I got to switch over to the Panthers. I see Cameron Davis is thinking Dope to win this one. How do you feel about that?
Ooh, I made that prediction before I saw Joey get knocked down. Now that Joey's down, things kind of change. Things kind of change up now. Maybe they might go for a risky revive as Puppeteers. They're just trying. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. There's no way Joey's getting revived now. He is confirmed and finished. New zone pops up. And, well, if I can make a change in my prediction, I would scooch on over to NHyper now.
NHyper. Okay, that makes it that makes a lot of sense right there. K19's pushing all the way from the top on down. Golden Eagles are set up pretty well as a full squad. MEZEXIS, pretty well positioned, but only one player unfortunately left for them, and that's Trick. So that's going to be really tough for them. But here comes K19 just trying to get a little bit of some intel to move on in. WALLSTREETBETS, we haven't talked a lot about them here, but they are just on the tip of this edge of the zone.
Yeah, I absolutely hate this position.
Yeah.
It is, which is one of the worst positions. Like, maybe it's a good spot if it ends right here, but otherwise, your cars, your vehicles just get pelted from school, from uphill, and then when the zone shifts off of you, all eyes on you, because you're the only team that's got to make a move from the low ground to the high ground. Let's see if WALLSTREETBETS can pull it off. Do have Pew here.
Oh, come on, let me see it.
K9. I know you're a favorite for these snipers.
Don't you dare look, QZ. Don't you dare. Pew is on it. He's ready. Oh, no, he looked away. Is he going to get the... Are we going to see the bolt action snipe, though? Off the rip here in PMPL? I'd be so hyped.
Yeah. There was a buff a while ago, but have any of these players really mastered that buff? Oh, pop off and a shot right onto Exotic. Takes him down to just a little bit under 50 HP. Pew
buff it harder.
With a smoke.
Buff it harder, PMPL. PUBG Mobile, come on. Come on, I want to see some more of the bolt action snipe. So we did get a glimpse at one, though. Love to see that. Here comes Jawoon from WALLSTREETBETS getting ready for this next zone. The Golden Eagles have not moved a muscle, but they may have to protect themselves against a push from K19 here in a few seconds.
Yeah, K19 not in the zone. You can see vehicles going up and down, trying to get whatever info they can, but I think at this point, the only info you need is we go in. take the fight. As elsewhere, more shots going off, and here we go. Anders setting up the smokes to push on, and Puppeteers eliminated. 6 eliminations, not too bad. Now this will be a 4-on-4 as they commit to it.
The Panthers stuck out in the open. They have just that little dip. Oh, getting some nice knocks. Nate popping off on the YKG. Now they're in big trouble. And Kindness, from Hyper actually stealing some of those points away from the Panthers.
Here comes the push. K19 mobilizing. Some buggies, 3 buggies straight in. The smokes are down. I want to see some pre-nades, maybe. There we go. Some good pre-nades, getting off some damage, but the spacing even better. Immediately backing off from the walls when they breach on in, but eventually one of them catches it.
YKGE now eliminated. Team I predicted at the start, but Poppy Sour, there's too much action going on here. Golden Eagles defending this so well against K19. Yeah, finally jumping out. Time to go ahead and take down Onder.
Onder last one up. 1v4. Is this going to be the first one we see? Not very likely. Surrounded from all sides.
Nope.
Shots into the smoke. The Bizon finishing that one up and straight to the loot boxes, getting ready for the next fight, because next zone has shifted away from the Golden Eagles. Now they will finally have to make a move.
When you got the Bazan, he gone. Just like that.
Yeah.
Just
And
like
a tale as old as time, Jukes. Nova
Yes.
with the best position out of all the teams.
Oh my goodness.
Tale as old as time.
Yep. Start
Or
singing
not
it.
Nova, Hyper. Sorry.
That's correct. Hyper under a new flag, but still up on top as they are looking dominant here in this one. Kindness on that roof has just vision on everybody. Trick is still alive from MEZEXIS in the zone. Most eliminated players, Nate from the Panthers,
Ooh, 5
is popping
already?
off here. And he ain't done yet. He ain't done yet, Zute.
Nate with 5. Yeah, Panthers on the edge of the zone. They're going to look up. They're going to look to pull a lot more eliminations as Chronix pulls up one, hitting him up to 4. Nate and Chronix top 2 right now. Oh, actually, Chronix picked up a second one. Now Chronix is at 5. This Panthers team's at 12 eliminations. Woo-wee, Jukes.
They are popping off right now. Chronix has got his eyes on Golden Eagles. Wow, doing some nice fires into those windows and just applying that pressure as Golden Eagles have to find a way into this next zone. This little hill right here is just paying off big money right here for the Panthers.
Paying big dividends. They're about to get more. Golden Eagles now moving in. Maybe they put out too much suppressive fire, though, so Golden Eagles is going to turn the other way, going into WALLSTREETBETS. Do edge their way onto the northern tip of the zone. WALLSTREETBETS still not in the zone. The only team that has yet to make a way in. Here we come. Exotic left in the back, and Pew with that K9. There we
Let's
go.
go.
Jukes. There's that
Finally.
K9 knock.
Wow, a car 98 shot off the rip. That's going to be onto my bingo card here early. I'd love to see that. Nate does go down from the Panthers, but Chronix and Zuko very well pushed up. Still putting in some work for their squad. Right now, it's the Panthers just leading this big time. Looks like they are going to be able to pick up Nate as well. So the Panthers are feeling it. Everybody else, besides Hyper, are in big trouble.
Yeah, Hyper chilling right now. Panthers, I like what they're doing. They waited for, Golden Eagles to make their way in, and
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Yeah, they wait for them to make their way into some other part of the zone, out of line of sight, and then the Panthers, they just push right up and they secure another point. Chronix,
Goodness.
I believe, is now the leading fragger of the squad.
They have already made more than a chicken dinner in just elimination points. So they are just going off right now. Team Mobility Gaming still has their entire squad up. So they have to not make a mistake here, as Ace is going to use that vehicle just to get a little bit of intel, as D is going to try and punish him for that. And they are going to blow that vehicle up, but Trey has got his number. That nade is coming. Will it land?
And
Off the mark.
Nice little shimmies there. And what's
D!
on the mark is the return nade from D. Oh, nope. There we go. Asa returning it right back. But here comes another. The shots come in. And Team Mobility. They need to get that reset fast.
That was so great. I mean, great support from their squad mates to shut down that possible turnaround. And they are going to get this just in time. They do have 20 seconds left on the clock, so It couldn't have been more perfect for them. That's going to be their first squad wipe. That's going to make Team Mobility Gaming. Newer squad here, coming in hot. Got to be feeling really good.
Jigs, I gotta say though, with Hyper, we saw that aggression earlier when they made that push in. I feel like they could have done something there, right? Like just then.
Like now?
You know, that third party. Yeah, now is, I guess, still a decent time. You know, they have a good position. The other team's backed up into the corner, but they could have done it earlier.
That's a good point.
Team Ability, we're down to 2.
It's kind of hard though, right? Because you have to decide, like, they have such a great location and they don't want to accidentally give it away for free. So yeah, you can see their decision making, thinking like, hey, we should push this or not. And they do end up going back up and holding that position. Golden Eagles now eliminated. 4 squads remaining. Trick has survived this entire time.
Oh, the nade.
What a
and he gets
nade!
one.
Get that
might stop
point.
the entirety of Team Mobility on that push. Confirmation? No. No confirmation. I think he threw a molly. And now the Panthers looking to strike. But don't forget, Hyper still waiting in the midst of everything.
Hyper is not just waiting at the mist. They're on top of the mist, looking down on everybody and just spraying like crazy. No team can even look up for a second. Here goes Trick finally, securing and stealing some points. Oh, but I think, yeah, it was Trick that did end up getting that secure onto Asan, so that's another point. And wow, a 3rd place finish as Team Mobility goes down. Could even be higher.
4v1, and Trick, the snake that started off today catching a 2-piece, saving the team. Well, he's snaking again. Can he pull off another miracle for his team of MEZEXIS? New zone shifts on out, and Hyper just keeps on getting it. Now, the Panthers, the team that has been fighting their way in, zone after zone, destroying everyone, has their biggest challenge yet, that of a 4-man team of Hyper.
Oh, yeah. And you know, Hyper's going to come after them heavy. There's nothing but open field here, and they have to cross. Yeah, so they're going to get in those buggies, and they're going to full send it. Here goes Nate off the rip. He does find that rock, and they're going to hold on to that position a little bit longer. And here goes QZ with the pre-fire. Oh, Nate can't hold it down. That rock just not big enough to hold Nate covered.
Oh, and Zuko also goes down. That is 2 down for the Panthers. As good as they are, it looks like the stronghold of Hyper that they have erected on top of that hill is just too strong. And Hyper looking to get a little aggressive now, driving in. This could go badly for them, but they're going to take the risk.
Wow.
And just as I say that, yeah, like I said, Chronix, huge return fire knock.
Can he get another? He's going to need it big time here as they are in big trouble. Oh, Quan!
Oh, no.
Getting caught out from that corner. Nope, Kindness. Laying down some huge fire. It looks like Zuko does get finished. Trick, meanwhile, still up. Playing it very sneakily. And they do get 1 point at least onto Hyper. So the Panthers aren't done yet.
No. Out of meds, though, Chronix.
Never mind.
Oh, and he takes some nasty shots. He's down to 1 HP. I think all he had left was a bandage and some booster left that he was drinking on.
And look at Trick this whole time. Hasn't moved a muscle from that other side, and Kindness is yet to see him. I wonder if Trick has eyes on Kindness by all means. That could spell disaster here if Hyper isn't prepared. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Kindness is just ridiculous from that hill.
Yeah. If Chronix can get 1 knock and Trick springs up, that will make things very interesting, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yep.
That Molly's money all day long. What? Chronix survives this, but I think his toes might just be creeping outside. Nope, he's going to go down to the play zone.
Point.
Yeah, great decision there from the Panthers.
Trick. He did a 1v2. Can he do a 1v3? And nope. Just as quick as that started, it ended, Jukes. I feel like that was one of the fastest games we have witnessed.
Dude, just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, teams are just dropping like flies off the rip. I love that the fact that these teams did their homework. They knew what was coming into this PMPL. This new point system is no joke. And Hyper, I mean, once they got gifted that position, it was just all over.
Now, here's the thing. New point system, right? Hyper, they take the chicken. And this time, they took the chicken with a decent amount of eliminations. But that gap can't be as big as it used to be last year with how well the Panthers did themselves with elimination points, right? So it's not all about the chicken dinner this time around.
It isn't. It isn't. Yeah, and Hyper get the big dub, 13 elimination points. My goodness. Yeah, once they got that position, they just dominated everybody. Nobody stood a chance. That zone just kept locking onto them. And the Panthers, even though were doing very well, not much you could really do when you have such a monster team like that with that much set up. But man, still, to be able to finish it and take advantage and get some high eliminations, and Hyper's got to be feeling really well.
I mean, yeah, I think in Hyper, they're sticking true to what they do best, which is play the zones, play the positioning. And we saw them get a little bit aggressive here and there, which is good. I think before they were too passive. But on the flip side of things, I'd much rather be in the Panther shoes. A team that could just push into any type of circle shift and get the point streaks, I think that's what it's going to take.
Yes, sir, indeed. Well, guys, we still got some more PUBG Mobile action coming to you in just a little bit. We'll be right back right after this break.
Boy, oh boy, that was a first match right there to start off this PMPL NA 2023 Sprint Split. Before we continue on, though, special thanks to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Cameron, I'm not used to seeing that much action right off the bat. I mean, we even had a hot drop. Let's go to the match ranking because we need to see how some of these teams did because a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, no, there definitely were. And we're going to talk about the relationship between what we saw versus the new point system and all that. But one thing that I want to make clear, the prediction for who was going to win the map, I made that prediction of Dope Slayers 30 seconds before they got pushed by NHyper. And NHyper won. I just want to make it clear. I chose them because of positioning. I was confident in their position in the circle to defend that spot with the high ground overlooking the rest of the map. That's exactly what happened. It was just a different team in that position first. I just want to clear the air on that.
He pressed send, and then they die right away.
Literally, I pressed enter, and then they got wiped.
But I mean, the Panthers right there, being able to get 15 eliminations, that is massive. We were alluding to it. A lot of teams with like the new point system, even the caster said it, a lot of teams definitely need to take advantage of those eliminations, and the Panthers did just that, alongside with the MEZEXIS too.
Yeah, but it also shows that there is a huge gap between 1 and 2 and like everyone else who really wasn't all that active. Getting a couple elimination points here and there, looking at teams like Golden Eagles and PUPPETEER, who actually got 6 elimination points despite not making it top 8 in placements. Like, they're in the mix, but if we see teams like NHyper and Panthers get points, grabs like this time and time again, whether or not they win the round or not in terms of the chicken dinner, they're gonna get that hot start that we were talking about.
Yeah, and then we go towards the second page. I mean, Dope Slayers there getting the 0 points, excuse the 0 points as well. And Super Lazy Reflex, for a second there, I thought they were going to be able to get a chance to win that hot drop, and they just got absolutely surprised.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that at all, okay? I wasn't expecting a hot drop right off the bat, too, especially at Gaka. I mean, we heard Sute talking about it. We have seen that in PMGC and a bunch of other stuff. Like, that's just surprising. And by the way, NHyper sending a statement here on the first match, putting over 3,000 damage.
Yeah, and a lot of that just has to do with the fact that during the last quarter of the game or last third of the game, they had the high ground positioning and there wasn't a lot of cover outside of like brief rocks and trees for the teams below them. So NHyper were just able to outload a bunch of damage. Now that positioning meant that they weren't able to confirm a lot of those kills. A lot of those teams, once they got peppered a couple of shots, they were able to back off, heal back up. That's still 13 kills compared to the Panthers 15, who were a lot closer in terms of the damage.
Yeah, and I mean, MEZEXIS, 1,000 damage, 6 of them, so what a conversion rate right there out of them. But you know what? We've been talking about MEZEXIS. We were alluding to the hot drops too. Why not? Let's actually talk about it a little bit more because I know you wanted to mention something about this fight.
Yeah, I'm actually really shocked that MEZEXIS were able to make it to second place. Actually, not even third, second place. Third with overall points for sure. And Trick being able to solo it out towards the end, very, very strong, especially the solo play versus Nobility, essentially using the other strong teams around him to kind of like play like Fairy Godmother to help defend him from mobility. But the main point that I want to talk about is this sort of contrast between like that hot drop at Gatka. Was that inspired in part by the point system? And I think that was definitely part of it, but I also want to remind the audience that the plane path from the very beginning was very, very brutal towards the west. So a couple of these teams might have wanted to go more towards the east, but just like the plane path didn't really allow for it. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing the same level of aggression in the early game that we just saw.
I'm all for that aggression. Please keep that aggression coming.
Oh no,
because
I love
it was exciting right off the bat. I was like, okay, all right, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. You know what? Talking about aggression, talking about eliminations. Why don't we look at the head-to-head between the top two teams? I mean, NHyper and the Panthers. By the way, top two teams in regards to eliminations because they just absolutely snapped off. I was mentioning earlier, NHyper with that 3,000 damage, 13 eliminations, and then the Panthers were like, okay, we're not gonna fall far behind. They were able to outpour more elims with a lot less damage.
Yeah, exactly. And a part of that has to do with the close range nature of their combat. If you're fighting close range, it's more threatening towards you, but it also means that you're able to convert that damage into eliminations a lot easier. And if you contrast the way that the Panthers played the previous game to MEZEXIS, their aggressive early mid game was a lot more towards like actually control of their zone of the map coming in from that eastern edge, whereas MEZEXIS was more about just survival in the early game. And then of course NHyper, they played a lot more of like what we're used to, like standard PUBG mobile. We'll see if that changes a little bit, but the meta of this whole region is going to be fluctuating for at least a couple of days while people get used to this point system.
I'm excited with that statement that they said within NHyper. I mean, this was a big moment for them. I mentioned it at the beginning too, how their biggest rivals in regards to Knights are no longer here and the team is a little split in between players being sent to other teams. This was the message that they needed to send by being able to get that chicken dinner and backed it up with a lot of eliminations. But you know what? Let's look at which teams are going to be playing in the next match because we're going to finally get a chance to see what Execute's got this season.
Yeah, we're taking YKG, which is another one of our talent favorites, out of it. Not the best round, but hopefully they can take this little bit of a break to reset themselves. But yes, we're bringing in Execute as well as BOPE, Phoenix, and Wanted Vigilantes. And we still get to see NHyper.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Esports. By the way, Golden Eagles, I have to give them a quick little shout out. I love the aggression that they were able to show into K19 when they just had one player left. They didn't even think about it twice. They just went for an absolute full push. And you know what? For everybody currently watching at home, please let us know in the socials by using hashtag PMPL NA. What was your best part out of that first match? Was it the action? What was it? And while you're at it, make sure you follow us, whether it's on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. Join our Discord too, because I'm going to be looking at the hashtag PMPL NA and seeing what has been going on there because great start. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the second match. So Hajix and Sute, take it away.
Thanks so much, Seven. I mean, yeah, man, great start. What more could you really ask for there? We saw NHyper absolutely dominate. I mean, at the end of the day, I will say they did get that zone. Once they took it away from Dope, it was just locked on them, and just NHyper did, I think, what we all expected them to do, right, Zoo?
Yeah, like it's a tale as old as time, like I said earlier. Them just, getting that position and then getting the zone. I want to see, though, when they don't get the zone with this new point system, how they decide to play. Are they just going to keep trying to rotate and find and weasel their way in, or is it going to be a little bit more aggressive? And with a new team coming in, or not a new team, but a new group into map number 2, Execute. That's a team that we've talked a lot about. Tensa, of course, from the Knights now joining the squad. I think that's going to change things up a lot for the Execute team. I hope they'll look a lot cleaner. from day one. You know, this is a team that's usually, you know, they pick things up slowly towards the later stages, but I want to see them, you know, just getting it right from the very beginning.
Well, you know what? It's Miramar, baby. It's time to have some fun in the sun. Let's get match number 2 started. And when it comes to, like you mentioned, right, Tensa joining Execute, I think that could be that little missing puzzle piece that they needed, right? Just something to help boost them up to get started a little bit quicker. And man, I mean, this Execute team, they definitely had a good solid roster. But I mean, hey, somebody who could help with that IGL side, I mean, it never hurts, right?
For sure. I mean, the team chemistry of Execute, I feel like their weakness was always the IGLing part, right? Fate, a super good IGL, but we've seen Fate actually be an amazing fragger when he doesn't have to like micromanage his players or worry about how to set up the team, the positioning, right? They already have a great gunner, that and Jason. We've seen him do some huge clutches. He was the cornerstone of the Execute team, in my opinion, last year when he held down some very difficult 1v2s, even maybe a 1v3. But now with Tensa, I feel like everything should just come into full gear now.
Yeah, I mean, also, it doesn't hurt to have a player that's had global LAN experience. That's something that's going to pay off big time because, I mean, he's been there. He's been to the show. He knows what it's like going against some of the top teams in the world. So hopefully we'll see them start off strong here today. Nice southern playing path, and I say nice because it's, you know, no reason at all. I mean, it's a bad playing path in my opinion.
But it's good for action, Juice.
That's right. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
All right.
I think this one you might want to prioritize rotating early on, even with the new point system. Yeah. This one's a little different. And I said Picado because I saw 2 teams going there. I see BOPE and try and make out the other team. Oh,
What?
Forget that. There's a hot drop elsewhere. MEZEXIS once again. Straight out the gate.
Off the gate, but now it's with K19. This is right on the edge of Los Leones. This is a very large area that they could have landed anywhere because the playing path was nice and southern, but they decided to land right on top of each other.
I think MEZEXIS has a bone to pick with like everyone in the lobby.
That could be it.
it's just like, this is our drop spots, guys. We're gonna find
Stop.
where another team is dropping, and we're gonna take that one.
We're taking it all. We're taking it all. I mean, this is ridiculous here. Trick has got that pump shotgun. Dude's been a monster. We see, and not to mention, he's in his favorite position, full snake mode. Just like we saw in the last match. So he is primed, locked, and loaded. He does not have that bizone, but he is in the zone. Sute, like that?
Oh, I like it. The zone. Get in the zone.
Auto
what you got?
inactive.
What do you got for the shotgun? He's got the pump. Ready to
Dump
ready to dump.
on top of K19.
I didn't give you much to work with. I take full for that.
That was the first thing that came to my mind, and it looks right
And
now.
Same here. Jukes, I'm not going to lie, same here. So that's why I didn't say anything, and I pass it over to you.
Right, take it to the bank, just like Team Mobility Gaming has off the rip. They did get their first onto Angry Amateurs. Not sure exactly where that battle's going on. Oh, that's going to go on over all the way right by Monte Nuevo, just south of Pecado. So Mobility Gaming, very spread out. So it looks like they're completely spread out between Power Grid and Pecado. And meanwhile, we're just going to keep an eye on this fight here. This is really, honestly, this sucks for both these teams because they are really killed when it comes to looting time. None of them want to make a move. None of them want to run outside and make a mistake here. I mean, Remix is stuck with, what was that? A pump shotgun and a crossbow.
Yeah. K19 just playing as
Winchester.
quiet as ever.
No loot
Uzi
at all.
The Uzi Winchester. K19, they are playing so passive that they're not even... Like, they have control of the first floor, even the second floor, I think, right? But they're not moving around whatsoever to pick up loot. And in the elimination feed, Jason starting it hot for Execute. I told you, Jukes. Jason is the guy on Execute to make things happen when it comes to firepower. And he's already got a point for the team.
He sure did, and that's another point on Angry Amateurs. So Angry Amateurs just getting picked apart by 2 different squads. Yeah, and they had a rough game in the last one, so that's not the start they're looking for. But still, you know, the fact that they're here is a great opportunity for them to learn and adapt. You know, the first day, I always say, right, there's a hot jukes excuse card, okay? You only get so many punches of the excuse card from me, all right? I will give first, in a tournament like this, a long-form tournament, you get to get the punch on the first day, okay?
Okay.
Right? But day number 2, you got to come in hot. You got to be ready to make some moves. Because I think that to be a championship team or a big representative in North America, I want to see your ability to bounce back. Because that's one of the hardest things, right? Like, you got to remember, Zoo, when we watched the Knights, right? All the way at the end last year, when they were down and out, when we saw their player cams, what did they look like? Heads
Not
to the
good.
floor, baby.
Yeah.
You know? Just down and out.
I think Coops is already thinking in his head,
Oh, no.
I need to go to another region, man. I just can't.
He was already thinking
But,
trades, right? I mean, but that's
Yeah,
a
I
thing.
mean, we saw how stressed they were. They all were extremely stressed, especially, you know, Coops. You know, he felt a lot of weight on his shoulder being the shining star for NA, and he couldn't do it. So it's esports, Jukes. It's how esports goes. If you're a good player in one region and you don't feel like the region can keep up, you gotta look elsewhere. It's talking about keeping up. Finally, the fight is happening. And Remix with the pistol gets opening,
my
and
gosh!
there's another one.
The pistols and shotguns. We thought that door was secured, right? Nah. MEZEXIS come a knockin'. And now they're going to be hunting down the rest of K19 as K19 are full sprinting away. This is, by the way, this is still Los Leones. The zone has gone super north. Uh-oh.
He's got a level 3 vest and an M4 Nightcrocs. Can he make something happen? That's a difficult push to make from MEZEXIS. And they're on the backside.
Yeah, they realized
they had
it.
the smokes down. I like that.
Yep.
They put down the smokes. They gauged it. They took a look. They assessed the situation, and they were like, we got 2 points. Let's hightail it out of here. I hate the way K19 played that, by the way.
Yep.
They were split 2-2. Nobody made a move on K19. What were you expecting, right? Like,
Yeah.
you're just asking for a 2v4 from one of the sides, and, well, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, they just got completely separated, and MEZEXIS heard something, or they had some intel to realize it was just too stuck down there.
Yeah.
And they took full advantage of it. Speaking of 2, right, it's just the last 2 members of Angry Amateurs down here, Super and Skur, trying to figure out where they want to go next. Still a big zone as we see it starting to close. And I think MEZEXIS is probably going to have to spend some time in the blue zone down here in Los Leones, looting up.
Oh, yeah.
Because they spent so much time waiting for that fight. And then we may see them kind of have to maybe cross that edge. I'm going to guess that MEZEXIS is going to go edge all the way right, all the way towards Campo Militar.
Okay. We'll see what they do.
That's
Meanwhile,
my guess.
in the zone, we have the Panthers on the northeast playing the edge, you know, sticking true to how they want to play the game, fighting in. And Hyper doing a huge split around the center of the zone. We'll see where it shifts. Now, it could go anywhere, and that went far to the left.
Oh, man. All right. Well, that wraparound to Campo Militar just changed. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going to the left. Now we're heading on over to the west side. Let's take a look
The
at
best side.
That's right.
Ooh.
Quancho
Monster truck.
in the monster truck. Man, that's the vehicle to have here as it makes a big pop onto the scene in Miramar. Look at that.
I wonder how many shots it takes to blow out one of those wheels.
Ooh. In real life, only one, buddy. Only one. Right? But in military, probably 3. I'd give it a good 3.
Yeah. Let's see, yeah. You think that thing can drive with one of the wheels popped out?
It shouldn't, right? It
Probably
shouldn't.
not. It's not like the buggy. The buggy a little more versatile, but maybe we'll see it happen. As that's a hard zone shift to the northwest. Now all the teams are starting to mobilize and migrate. Got Canary here, or not Canary, Rushy. Sorry, rotating in. And now they are the team in the far northwest. So that's a really good shift for them. Let's see if they can make something happen if they decide to go for like a central zone rotate. They're a little bit slow to it, though.
Yeah, a little slow indeed. Let's take a look here at Hyper. GK First, legend on the scene, as they are going to be heading up water treatment. Okay, couple shots just to let some other teams know, hey, we're here. Don't come close. What do you think about this 2-2 split?
Could be bigger.
Could be bigger?
Yeah, I mean, it's Nova.
That's
They
true.
are the
Or
masters of
Hyper.
splits.
Yeah.
Right? Or in Hyper, sorry. Once again, in Hyper. They're the master of splits. They play split since the beginning of time. So I want to see them get a little bit more, you know, and it's day one too. You know, they could experiment a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive in their splits, take up more room just to look for engagements even, right? So, and they won the first game, so it's not like they
That's
have
the
anything
point.
to be worried about.
Yeah, especially after not just game one, but after popping off like they did in game one, they definitely have a lot more room to breathe here. Let's take a look here as the rest of the teams are just kind of scouting, getting more intel. This is definitely that planning phase, right? Trying to figure out where you want to go, where that next zone is going to head, because so far we've seen nothing but hard shifts.
Yeah. Slow down the action a lot. I think teams were kind of prepped, ready for fights, but when the zone shifts like that, especially on Miramar, yeah, I think everyone just kind of wants to like not die to the blue zone and take some fights in the zone at least. So haven't seen a lot of action yet. Still 60 alive remaining.
See exactly where everybody decides to go, by the way. You know, MEZEXIS decided to rotate just straight to the zone. So they just went straight line all the way into San Martin. Next zone is about to pop, though. Where do you think it's going, Zoo?
Maybe a southern shift right onto this fight, actually, that's happening right now. This is BOPE and Angry Amateurs. Now, Angry Amateurs, they're only down to 2. They got a knock. They should play a little bit more aggressive, in my opinion. Don't let that revive come through, because they're already, you know, at such a big disadvantage. Oh!
Wow, Juancho! Third party, we called it, right? We're going to see some of those third parties, those fourth parties. I think, yeah, as you see Trey over there from Team Mobility. Wow, Juancho not able to get that beam.
That would have been huge. But this is a fourth party. Yeah, that's a fourth party. That is not the BOPE team. They might have similar colors, but that is Team Mobility coming out over the top. And Juancho gets knocked.
Trip goes down to Skur, and now, yeah, Juancho done. And dusted, it looks like. Only a matter of time. Skur holding it down for Angry Amateurs as the last player standing. And he is going to get that finish on the Trip, so that's a couple elimination points. Good to see Angry Amateurs doing all that they can do in this situation.
BOPE had 4, now they're just down to 1. Execute coming into the fray. Team Mobility also peep their heads over a little bit. It looks like Team Mobility did back off after securing that 1 point. Now Execute, they are down to just the 3 players themselves. Oh no, they got the revive actually. Wow, they got it. They made a full recovery, and they're just gonna rotate in.
Beautifully done.
I'm surprised I'm surprised Team Mobility let that happen so easily.
I'm surprised Execute didn't want to take advantage of these players down here too on the way in. WALLSTREETBETS and MEZEXIS now battling it out. Trick has to pull out one of the tricks from the bag that we saw earlier if he wants to keep his team alive, because Remix looks to be completely on the run here.
Oh, we saw last game, Trick made it up to the top 2 finish just by himself. Can he do it again? He's in the zone, so he doesn't have to go anywhere, except if that nade was thrown at him, he might have to make a move. Oh, Remix is so far gone.
Yeah, Remix tried to make a run for it, but he did not run too far. It's all up to Trick. Trick has been completely silent. Exotic has no clue where he is.
Shimmies back and forth.
Oh, he's got to know.
Shots, getting the info, and nope.
Gets the finish. Switch to FVP, get the finish, get that point. They already have 4 points already, so not a bad start. How can Trick... Oh my gosh, he's getting crossfire.
Third party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kubi cannot push this. Well, here comes the blue zone.
New zone comes up.
Uh-oh, he sees Trick.
A little bit to the north. Yeah, and Trick, I like how Trick is playing this. He's not being overly passive. He's trying to see if he can make something happen. He's testing the waters. He knows that third-party fire coming in is slowing down the team of Wall Street Bets, so he's trying to see if he can take advantage of it.
He didn't want to eat any more blue zone either, so he does edge himself in a little bit to buy himself some more time. But he only has 4 smoke grenades, and the edge of that zone is right there. So you can see him kind of just looking at that wall, trying to secure position, but it is not looking good because Wall Street Bets, they know exactly where he is. Here comes Kubi.
Here comes another nade.
Is that it?
A little bit far, yeah.
Yeah.
No
This
damage.
is just blind. Blind Molotovs,
they
blind nades, just trying to catch Trick slipping here. Ooh, that one could be good.
Ooh. A little bit of
Trick.
damage.
Oh. Yeah, now they know where he is. 100%.
Jump's closing too.
Oh, did not see him. He had a prediction that he was down below, but he was on the roof. So there goes MEZEXIS. Great finish there from D. K19, 1 player alive. Oh, soon to be no players alive.
Yeah,
Yep.
super lazy reflex. Bad first game. A little bit better. At least they're still alive. Not the first team to go out this time around. But there's still 13 teams left. Some teams need to go down as Wall Street Bets.
Oh my gosh.
YOLO rotation. I mean, that's what you got to do at this point. Down to 2, and they do find something in zones. How? Super lazy reflex.
How you
How
let
did you
them go
not
by?
even- Yeah, not even one taken out.
Wow. And they headed up to the center of the zone with these buildings, so they're going to live another day. They're going to have to definitely protect that position, though. We did see Skills of Mind knock down D. We'll most likely see one of those players. Well, we might see Kubi go and get for that res. Hopefully they do not get pushed on, because if they do, they're going to be in big trouble. I would think Super Laser Reflex would try and press the action a little bit there, but instead, holding it down. Angry Amateurs, another rough game for them to start things off. Hopefully see them bounce back a little bit later.
Now this zone is still very dynamic, Jukes. We have high grounds on both sides, west and east, and that deep dip down the middle, the road side. So it could go anywhere, could favor any team. The Panthers right now holding the north, but they're not even the team on the edge of the north side. There's a team even further north of them. I do believe that is trying to take a look at this right now. There's so many teams mixed in. Oh, they're actually taking a fight with the Panthers. This is dope.
This is a big one here. This is a big one. The Panthers had a great game 1. Dope, not so much. And this would be a great team to take out if they can. But the Panthers have been really on it here. Is that the DBS, I think? Nope, it's going to be that AK, of course. I can see a DBS here. All about that 7.6 weapon in the CQC.
Nesquik's already knocked down. Dope. Might want to go for that revive. The Panthers trying to see if they could push out, but that is not a good spot to push out on. They're going to try and confirm that knock with some nades. Nate's got one. Goes really close, but no confirmation.
Here comes another, though. That was an eviction notice right there. That Molotov just a little bit too far off the mark. Dope have the advantage, I think, when it comes to angles. You always kind of want to be on that outside as the Panthers are completely stuck, but they're doing a great job of defending this so far.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Holding out. Here comes the push, though.
I think we're starting
Just
to see
one
someone...
more opening.
Uh-oh. Nate's making a big rotation. And it goes down.
Oh!
That's that angle. Completely off. Now here comes Dope. Looking to finish the Panthers. Great
Down,
shots.
Here comes the push. Yep. Oh! It is all chaos. There's a molly burning in the barnyard. Nesquik coming out over the side, shimmies back and forth, fires off some shots, goes back behind cover. Quan with some nice supporting fire there. Keeps the Panthers alive just for a while longer.
I love how they support each other. You know, just like that. You think it's going to be a CQC fight, but no. But, oh, the angles from Robert. So Dope pulling out some tricks out the bag themselves.
Yeah.
Doing a great job of just executing the Panthers. Can Quan make some magic happen and hold it down for his squad?
Quan's about to be gone, Jukes.
Uh-oh.
1v4. I don't think he could pull it off. And
Surprise.
Dope, look at the way Dope's playing it. They are playing it very disciplined. Always using a buddy system of sorts.
Yeah, I think they're taking a little bit too much time here because you're going to start opening the door for a team to push you because this is a very viable spot here. Quan with some nice pre-fire, trying to just annoy the heck out of the dope. He gets one. Oh my gosh, he gets a finish.
The M4, the
Quan?
switch, the hop out the back, into the barn, into the smokes, 1v1, pre-fire. He gets it.
Going for the thirst.
It's down to 1v2 now,
He's
Jukes.
got nothing in that. He's got nothing in that up.
It's all
Wow,
good.
dope.
First aid. That pre-fire was nasty, Jukes.
That movement
In the midst
is
of all that chaos.
I got the chance to play with Quan a few times, and I'll tell you, this guy is a monster when it comes to just desperate moves to save your team. I've been rezzed by him more than once, but can he keep his team alive here? Man, he got that knock, but he wasn't able to get that finish, so he's going to have to deal with another tough reset. He's one of the top damage dealers here in this lobby.
Oh, for sure. Man's putting in so much shots to double. He got an elimination already, like a confirmation 1v4. So that's already really good for the likes of
Look
Quan,
how
especially.
scared Dope is.
Oh, here it comes. They don't have any more utility. They're gonna have to run into Quan once again. Here it comes. 1v3. Nice
Oh my
pre-fire. Doesn't get the knock
gosh.
though.
Yeah, he's in big trouble now. 2 players going on. Yeah, Dope just not going to make this mistake. Here comes Robert, and it's all over. So Quan making some nice plays there. Does get shut down, but he does not go down without a fight. Team Mobility are going to go out as well. Where's his next zone going? It centers up right in the middle of the action. So we're going to see quite a few teams. We're going to have to start pushing each other, and then one of them is going to be N-Hyper.
Yeah, and Hyper right now. Pushing in with only 3 this time around, taking fight with Super Lazy Reflex. Super Lazy Reflex, they were the defenders here, but it doesn't look like it because they're the ones down to just 1 player. And K9. Oh, I mean, it was.
Hey, if
there was no
anyone's-
saving him.
If anyone is going to take out my teammate, it's going to be me. AMR misses!
Oh, come on, you gotta hit those.
Oh my gosh. I mean, tapping the earlobe, if anything. So close, yet so far. We are seeing that DBS come out from Hyro, catching Dope. So we are seeing some of that close-up action, and Hyper are going to push up to this spot for free.
Yep. Circling right around the last player, Super Lazy Reflex. I would have maybe liked to see, N-Hyper just take the 3v1, because I believe they're the only team there that, really had a bead on the eliminations of, how low Super Lazy Reflex is, just down to 1 player. I think N-Hyper could have just finished that off, but they're still gonna, do more of a rotational-based strategy, right? Just get in the zone first, worry about the fights later.
Here they go, execute. First game of the day. Looking real good. 4 eliminations so far. Their entire team is up. They had a little bit of skirmish earlier with Team Mobility Gaming, and they let them off scot-free. And now we see TMG out early. So they do have the edge of the zone. All they got to do is just kind of hold it down for a little bit longer. We do see some shots up from Super Lazy Reflex, but even if they got the knock, it'd be very unlikely to see a finish.
Yeah. Teams slowly making their way in. The circle shrinks aren't as big as they used to be, so teams have a little more time to figure out where they want to go, how they shift on in. And it looks like Fishy taking some shots, M16 single fire. No connections. We got the Mini with the silencer. Ooh, sounds so nice. Also not getting any knocks right there.
Oh, that Mini suppressed. Just such a sweet, tingly feeling to the ears. But will he be able to catch some headshots? Looks like Zed does. On to Phoenix. Bomba getting some shots as well. I saw him hit somebody with that Car 98 headshot. Love to see that bolt action come out to play in Miramar from long range. Juancho starting to put some work onto N-Hyper as well. N-Hyper is completely on the south side in that 1 building. Who's going to win this is going to heavily depend on where the zone decides to go.
Oh, yeah. No matter how good of a team you are with this type of terrain, you want that circle to favor you.
Can N-Hyper go 2 for 2?
Maybe. Maybe. It's not
2
looking
for
too
2?
good, though. Unless they get Zone Blessed to the south, we'll see it soon.
2 for 2 circle lock? Oh, circle, where will you go? On to which circle?
I think he's going to go to the high ground on the west. Just because, you know, why not?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Steve-O going to be dead center of this one. Execute are going to have to work their way all the way around, so Mavi's going to have to start really watching their back here.
WANDed Vigilantes now once again defending the push from Phoenix Esports. Some nades thrown out. Phoenix. One player knocked. Ooh, the fire from distance gives them some relief right there. Actually, it is Phoenix themselves that made those shots, but look at this. Execute over the top.
Yep.
Coming in to third party everything.
WANDed Vigilantes did not watch their backs, and they get beamed as well from Phoenix down south. And now you got Execute on top of this entire lobby looking down on you. That is not a place you want to be.
Oh, beautifully done by Execute. Like, this is a team, just watching them play, the way they rotate around, the way they capitalize off these third parties, this is an experienced team. Now, with one team out of the way, Execute versus Phoenix.
Just have to get this done here. And if they are able to clear out Phoenix, they're going to be poised to really put some damage onto this lobby. But Phoenix isn't done just yet. We've seen them hit some very clutch nades from the bottom position here. Jason does get pieced up a little bit. He's going to have to be careful. Oh! Like I said, you got to watch out for Phoenix.
Yeah, the nades are on point, like you said. And is that the push? I saw two of them start moving up on the right side. More nades raining in. I think Phoenix realizes this is it. This is a fight we have to end right here. They are committed on us.
Ow! With a beautiful peek. Beams Fate. And now it's Phoenix with a really good position here. Can Phoenix Esports finish Execute? Jason's in trouble. Alf switches to FPP. Nice pre-fire, but not good enough. Jason, like you mentioned, one of the bosses here for Execute is just putting in so much work. Can he finish it off the laydown? Not enough. Oh, that was so close.
I was feeling it. I was feeling that one. Ooh, we almost had another Quan moment pulling off the impossible. Now Phoenix, though, can they get a full reset off?
Wow.
Looks like Hyper being
Big
very
chilling.
quiet through that commotion now finds themselves in a really good spot, overlooking everybody almost.
That was
Phoenix, they're not in zone. They're not in this new zone yet.
Neither is Hyper. So Hyper were in a really rough position, but that battle with Execute and Phoenix took so long that Hyper just had to twinkle their little toes all the way up the hill, and they're able to get a great position. I mean, perfect timing for them. They couldn't have gotten any luckier when it comes to that. And now with this zone, they are looking really good.
Still got some smokes to work with. We saw one just being laid down. Probably going to need a little bit more. WANDed Vigilantes.
Oh my gosh.
Nice shots from
He even
GK
shot
first.
a warning shot, said, don't you dare peek your head out. And GK first gets the beautiful beam. The rest of the team said, nah, that's Hyper. We're not even going to want to deal with you. Oh, but Dope gets it secured there. Nice heads up play there from Robert to steal that point.
Good steal. Hyper, they're not done yet. Still laying some shots down. Now, I think Hyper, is he in zone?
Oh my gosh.
That's the confirmation. Good taps. Steve-O, last one up for WANDed Vigilantes. Just doing all he can at that shack. He's been in that shack for a very long time, and Hyper getting closer and closer. Flash.
Oh, no.
Gives Steve-O a little blindness
blind.
right there, and Kindness pushing in. Nice flash, and there's the supporting fire. Gets the finish. Hyper, the back-to-back finish, or not the back-to-back finish, maybe the back-to-back win here. Jukes.
It's going to be up to Robert and Phoenix working together if they want to win this. And now we're seeing Phoenix Esports get pieced up by GK first. I mean, man, Hyper has the complete lay of the land here. Oh, but Robert, I think, sees him out from the open. He's only using that cactus to support him, but Robert does not want to peek this.
Oh, it is done. It's
over.
done. 3v1. Robert.
He stood up.
Back up. I mean, he's got to take some shots at some point, and with Hyper running in the open, I guess that was the best chance he's got. But Hyper, zone or no zone? in Hyper with the back-to-back. Now, like we said, with Knights out of the way, in Hyper, this is their playing field. 2 chickens in a row, and not just any 2 chickens. Chickens with some eliminations as well.
So insane, so insane. I mean, man, and Hyper, when they get that position, they just straight dominate. I mean, it just goes to show you just how much synergy and experience just comes to play here at this level. I mean, they just walked away with it. As soon as they got that position, and Execute was too busy in that fight, they didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, it would have been very different if Execute managed to, finish that fight a little bit faster. They would have had, the high ground with 4 up, but that is not the case here in Hyper. Just playing it to the books, just beautifully done for the Hyper team.
Wow, so well executed. I love the fact that they went and just played it so patient up until that end, and just walked up and laid it down. I mean, they just go to show that they're one of those teams that if they get that right position and they get that right zone, they are not going to lose that game. So I think all the rest of the teams are on notice now. They really have to keep an eye and try to shut them down early, Zoo.
I agree with that, but before we go any further, we still got more action, and we'll be right back after a quick break.
Good throw, bro.
Wow. That's all I got to say, Cameron.
Yeah.
Wow. What a statement once again by Hyper. I mean, we heard the caster say it. Knights is not here. It is pretty much Hyper's playing field at the moment. Back-to-back chicken dinners to start off the day.
Listen, I just got to say, at the top of show, there was one person who predicted Hyper to win this entire thing. And it wasn't me, it was 7. It was 7.
Yes.
I can't spin that another way. But listen, we all knew that they were going to be good coming into this, but like, this is good.
Yeah, this is like above my expectations. I expected them to at least get one chicken dinner, and to be honest, I didn't expect it to be the first match nor the second match. I expected it to be like later on in the day, and for them to be able to do this, it's great.
It's only been 2 maps, right? So the sample size is really, really small. We'll see if they continue down this streak. But regardless of the fact that they have 2 wins in a row, it's just their form. The eye test just looks super, super strong with these guys. And we're going to go a little more in depth on them in a little bit. So, you know, let's hold back a little bit. But here's the match ranking overall. This one's a lot more close. A lot more points being picked up about the teams away from the top. We got Dope Slayers, 16 points. Phoenix, Wall Street, both with 10.
Execute. Being able to put up 6 eliminations, I mean, this is a team that we were looking see how they were going to perform here in the first match. I expect them to do a little bit more, but I mean, it came down to the circle for them to not be able to do much with what they had to work with, and then Skills of Minds being able to pick up 5 points. MEZEXIS, we saw a bit of somewhat of a hot drop there at the start of this match as well. I'm pretty sure MEZEXIS is currently looking at themselves and saying, okay, 2 matches, 2 hot drops, we might need to change some stuff as we go here towards the second pitch.
One thing that could change is the plane path in the first circle to not be so wild. Like, yeah, I wouldn't worry about any of these teams having to change something so quickly just because these are very unusual starting conditions for these maps.
Yeah, this is NA though. We're kind of used to this unusual stuff, okay? We've seen this before. I think there was 1 week where we just ended up with just East playing patch, so I'm pretty sure they're used to it. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking into that kind of stuff. But we're talking about the Panthers, we're talking about Dope, so why don't we actually pull up a head-to-head between these 2 matches? Because I know you want to talk about a lot of stuff here, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, their fight was a really important one, and one that also lasted quite a while. Panthers was really not giving it up at all, but Dope Slayers, I think it was Jukes that pointed this out, they had the surround on the compound, and usually being outdoors like that can be risky, but because they were on the edge of the zone on the north side, there wasn't that much of a risk of them being third party. I think there was a team that maybe pressured them from the east at some point, but again, it was just those angles firing in to really pick those Panthers off one at a time. But the point is that looking at these 2 teams, they're both here to play. Panthers had a really good game 1, Dope with a really good game 2. They're both ready to sort of take this aggressive nature of this, you know, potentially only 2 maps, we'll see what the meta forms, but this potentially like new aggressive PUBG Mobile form that we're seeing.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned aggression there because we saw it perfectly from Quan. Usually when we see just one player left standing, they usually tend to back off. One was able to position himself to a place where he was actually able to eliminate somebody there from those layers, and he almost got a chance to eliminate a second player from then. It didn't end up working out for them. Overall, though, Dope Slayers, for them to be able to pick up 10 eliminations, 1,600 damage, they're not going to be mad at that. But you know what? Let's move on from that one because we've been alluding to it. We've been talking about it for a bit, and we have seen the performance that they've been able to put up here today. By the way, I want to make a quick reference. I've been watching the PMPL EU, and in their first day, there was 1 team that was able to get 2 chicken dinners. So if NHyper can get more than 2, I'm just gonna be I don't know if I'm gonna be happy or confused at just the domination that they're gonna be doing. But the angles that this team has been able to get in some positions, it's lovely.
Yeah, so when you compare the way that NHyper are approaching these games compared to the Panthers, compared to Dope, compared to even Execute on the previous match, because they didn't play match number 1, is they're not quite as aggressive. They're not going to go and like wind up a punch to throw in your face. They play a little more smooth, and you know, they'll pull the trigger when they need to, like from map number 1 against Dope Slayers, but really for them it's a lot more about map control and really wide positioning to have those crossfire angles, and it's just very intelligent, forward-thinking play.
It really is, and I mean that's what it comes down to, the crossfire that they've been able to create, those angles, going back to the Erangel, what they were able to do. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Rin that was able to get an amazing off angle on some of the other players that had to push up, and then on this one we've seen it over and over again. I don't think they're getting lucky either, by the way. They have been able to put themselves into a certain position where then at the end the circle ends up benefiting them, but the way they've been working the map, like you mentioned, has been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, playing a split positioning like that where you're spread out can be very risky because Rin on map number 1, he had a really nice angle, did some good damage to the Panthers, but he did end up getting taken out because he was isolated and no one was there for the revive. So it's definitely a bit of a, not a coin flip in terms of luck, but it's definitely risk versus reward play style. And we'll see if some teams are able to start to recognize that and maybe try and go aggressive on some of those players who are a bit isolated of NHyper. But at least for now, until it's abused, it's working very, very well.
Yeah, I think it will take a little bit of time. I'm going to give it maybe 2 days into this first week for some of the teams to start realizing, oh, okay, this is a completely different NHyper from previous seasons. They're actually being able to get more angles, more crossfire, and all of that stuff. And I mean, the damage that some of these players have been able to put up. Rin, I'm so happy that Rin is back on this roster. This was a player that, if I'm not mistaken, he has at least 1 MVP PMPL NA under his belt. And for him to be able to put up 693 damage on that just match alone, and on top of that, being able to put up the Illims, you love to see them currently performing like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good, and it's only been 2 maps. We don't want to, you know, jump on the bandwagon. NHyper, I'm not going to go ahead and say that they're going to win every single game from here on out. That's just completely unfeasible, and we don't want to, you know, we have a lot more games to be played, but these guys are definitely a big threat as we expected coming into this season.
He won't say it. I'll say it in Hyper. I mean, if you guys want to win every single match today, that's going to send a big statement, and I would love to see it because I think last season we did have one team that almost did that. So why not? Just get a record under your belt. But you know what? Before we actually go to the next match, we do have some funny moments from last season, so let's take a look at that.
I believe I can fly.
Easy. Yeah, boy. Just do it! I love it. Okay, I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting a lot more funny moments this season too. As long as nobody ends up grenading themselves in a moment that matters, that's all I ask for. We've seen it before.
We might be getting more of that than we will some of the like weird car ascent shenanigans, strictly because, again, going back into the whole conversation of eliminations versus placements, it's not going to be quite as much of an incentive to go for some wild drives off of cliffs.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned the nade is from just personal experience, but we won't get into that. So, you know what? Let's take a look at the groups that are going to be participating in this next match because we have Sanhok coming up, and Group C is going to be sitting out, which I'm happy for because Hyper is going to be getting a chance to play on this Sanhok. And a big question mark now for this season for them is they're not going to be able to do the heal off that they've done in the previous seasons. I can't even remember when they actually started. I mean, they're going to have to end it now. What are they going to be doing here? Are they going to be going a little bit more aggressive? They're going to be able to continue on the current performance that they have. And I'm also intrigued to see now with YGK, XQ, and Hyper in this map alone. On top of that, the Panthers of how they've been performing. I'm intrigued to see who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Hyper's playstyle, this really is the map in the pool that we have that doesn't suit it quite so much. This really would suit a team like Panthers and Dope more, but they're sitting out on it, so we're going to have to wait until tomorrow.
Well, you know what? For everybody watching at home, please let us know who do you think is going to win this next match. Make sure you use hashtag PMPL, and where you at, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, join the Discord. And casters, let me know. Who do you guys think is going to win this match? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Ooh, here we go. Let's get started here for some Sanhok action. Zute, we heard 7. He asked us, who do we think is going to win this? Start off with you, bro. What do you think?
Can I say who I think is definitely not gonna win?
Who?
Hyper.
Oh, okay.
I mean, okay.
All right.
You can't do 3 in a row. It's been done
That's
before.
true.
But I doubt. Also, we heard Seven's question earlier. Hyper, this is a team that just heal strats on Sanhok for like, I don't know, for like 2 years now. So now that it's no longer a heal strat, map, you actually got to go fight. And, Hyper being more of a tactile rotational team, which is not very beneficial on Sanhok because it's Sanhok. I'm going to say Hyper will definitely not win the match. As for who would win the match, my pick would be the Panthers, but they're not playing.
I know. That's why I was so sad.
I don't know. I got no prediction.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? I got to go with YKG. I mean, they're landing dead center here on boot camp.
All right.
So they're going to have a pretty good advantage when it comes to that. And not to mention, you know, they had a rough game 1. They sat for match number 2, so I think they're going to come in a little extra aggressive here to try and get that bounce back, you know. I am bummed that we're not going to see the Panthers and Sanhok, but you know what? I'm always excited to see these shenanigans of circles we have seen in this PMPL, like the most brutal zones.
Oh, it's just starting from day 1, too. Usually it ramps up, but day 1, right out the gate, hard south, hard north, hard east, and opposite plane paths, too. And here we are. Already, players fallen. Looks like Phoenix team did get 1 player knocked.
Puppeteers taken away from Phoenix. Yeah. That's going to be pretty tough there. You can see Excuse all the way at the edge of the zone. Getting looted up. Keeping an eye on... Not sure exactly who that was next to them, but we're looking at all these teams pretty spread out. I don't really see too many squads very close to each other.
No.
So I think things have been pretty friendly, at least so far, at the start here of Sanhok.
Yeah. A lot of wide splits. Some of the players, you know, stretching, unfortunately, into another team's sight lines, such as Puppeteers here. We got YKG looting boot camp already, making their way down south. Now, of course, a circle very far down south. Actually favors N Hyper. Just going to throw it out there. The circle favors N Hyper, so there's a chance they might win, you know, because they get circle. But we'll see how it goes as YKG trying to bait out some shots. I think they know the Puppeteers team might be looking to set up a trap, but they'll make it out safely.
Wow, so they already looted boot camp completely and drive right into this tree. That was actually a set play there, Zute.
Uh-huh. Tap the tree for good luck. That's their good luck tree.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to do with the Ronnie. You have to tap at least 1 tree with the Ronnie if you want to be blessed by it for the rest of this game. Phoenix,
I do
playing
really
very
like
safe.
that rotation, though.
I do as well. I think it's real smart.
Because what they did just now was they circumvented the trap that Puppeteers set up on top of the hill. They don't have to worry about that. Now imagine they try doing that a little bit later when the Puppeteers get fully set up, right? That is YKG just at least down 1 member right out the gate very early.
Yeah.
So
not to mention every other team set up as well for them. So
very true. Yeah.
They're setting
now they
up
have
really
a straight shot to the center.
And they don't know it yet, but Painan is completely open. So I mean, what a great rotation there and a heads-up play from YKG.
Yeah. Boot camp with a ton of loots, right? They could have spent at least another 5 minutes in there, get fully looted up. We saw one of the players, I think they only had a level 1 vest. There was definitely a level 2 vest somewhere in boot camp, right? But they didn't waste their time. They went for that rotation. Hopefully it pays off for them. You know, YKG, not a great game 1. Hopefully they get a better game number 3. But there's so many other teams in this lobby looking for their, you know, big game in this game number 3. And Execute, starting it off with a point once again.
Yes, and that is on to MENA 4. And that was from long range. So they did end up stealing at least 1 player as Fate keeps an eye and try to get some intel on the rest of the squad. But it looks like they're just going to take the money and run here.
MENA 4 down to 3. There's going to be so many MENA 4 puns.
Oh,
MENA
yeah.
4 now.
They're coming.
Of 3. Oh.
They're coming for sure. You know what? I got to give a big shout out to Execute, though. I think they had a really great start there in the last game.
It was one of those games where, you know, points wise, not that many points. A lot of teams finished higher up than them, but the potential for a huge game was there. And sometimes, you know, you just let it slip and it happens, but they set themselves up for a huge potential game and potentially losing 1 player. But this is the 1v1. The push up, the shotgun switch, the pre-fires. Slimmy, the back and forth, closes distance, switches back to the shotgun. Oh, and he makes a move jumping out, but it was not enough.
Slimmy.
Woo, Slimmy.
I cannot believe he won that fight. And you can see the team is just memeing on him right now, saying, bro, how did you lose that?
Yeah. I think Slimmy's done for now, though. Unless if he like pulls off another miracle. He's going for round number 2. Oh man!
Oh my gosh! Slimmy cannot be stopped.
Didn't get the thirst though.
And he gets stopped. But that was on. You got to give it. You got to give it to where. You got to give it up for him though. Man, that was something else. You know, Fate is fuming right now.
They just
gotta be
embarrassed.
That hurts.
Just embarrassed them. But luckily for Execute, that's 4 points. They finished the entire team of Minute 4. So Minute 4 put on a great show at the beginning, right there in the form of Slimmy, but they only walk away with 1 point.
Wow. Absolute insanity there. Yeah, only 1 point for them. Tons of style points, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
But 1 point only. As we take a look at where this next zone is going to go, Execute still needs to go and cross the water to get into this one. YKG do realize that Pineon's completely open, so these guys got to be looted out their ears for this next zone. So when it comes to loot priority, they are sitting up good. Zone, centers up, still very favorable to Hyper as well, so they don't got to move at all. Man, these guys have been really getting blessed here in day one.
The way Hyper is split up there, I feel like it just feels like they're looting a bunch of first aids still.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe
that's the vibe.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe they're keeping their backs clear, which I mean on Sanhok is very important. They are kind of set up for that. So we'll see in the late game where they're at, like utility-wise and everything. But for now, it's just teams in the north that have to continue to trek their way on down south. Meanwhile, all the teams in the zone probably not moving too much further from where they already are.
Yes, indeed. You can take a look at Angry Amateurs. Angry Amateurs has had a really rough start here. So they need to find a great game right now. Are they going to be able to do so is what the question is. Excuse? Playing it pretty quiet so far. Nothing too unusual. But things are going to start heating up here in the next few seconds. That is Sanhok. You know, quiet, a little quiet at the start, but then it just gets ridiculous towards the end.
Angry Amateurs, all 4. They need to move further west as well. I think they were pinned down by the Excuse team, so that's why they're taking so long to move. Team mobility. See how mobile they could get. I saw one player just whiz on by earlier on a scooter. I think so. Some forward scouting there. And look at this. This is just Sanhok. You can never be too sure if a compound is occupied or not.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look here at Golden Eagles. Not moving a muscle. Everybody just playing this so quiet right now because they know the storm that's coming. Are they going to catch? Look at that Bleaky on the bike. Sending it to the wall. Can he jump over it in time?
Makes it.
Well, he makes it.
He's good.
He had that DBS out and ready. Here comes BOPE heading right towards Golden Eagles.
Oh, shots back for team mobility. One gets knocked actually, and now BOPE on the fight with Golden Eagles. Golden Eagles, Baby Tang gets the first one. The rest of BOPE slacking just a little bit. You'd want that first contact to be made with at least 2 players to get a quick trade, but that contact made by a solo. So they get the info, but not much else as they have to turn on their heels and run the other way.
Golden Eagles doing a great job of holding that down. It's actually really difficult to hold inside those buildings because once a team sets up outside of you, they know where you're going to be. They know where you can peek. All they got to do is just throw a whole bunch of utility inside. So a nice little trap they set up, sprung it onto No Hacks, and the rest of BOPE said, you know what? Yeah, it's probably better we just go in another direction. But unfortunately, that doesn't look like that pays off at all because they're getting pieced up by all these teams on the way in.
This is classic Sanhok, where straights is usually the only way to go, even if there's a team in front of you. As Blinky gets caught in the buggy. Golden Eagles picking up a lot of points left and right from various teams. Now covered in the blue, they still got to move in just a little bit further. They pick up a buggy for their troubles. And zone, once again, further to the south. Jukes.
Wow. And Hyper just are rubbing their hands together like it's like a comic villain. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they have just been getting beautifully blessed here. So they are very well set up. I wouldn't be surprised to see a great game from them. The Chosen made a nice rotation early on, so they're centered up in this zone too. Angry Amateurs just started getting, everybody's getting abused by Papa Blue at this point. Oh my gosh, Pew.
DBS.
Just Supra just ate nothing but BBs straight to the chest.
Down and out. There goes Angry Amateurs once again. Abysmal 3 games for them.
Yeah.
Not even, I don't even think they have a combined total of more than 6 points right now.
Oof. I mean, I'm
After
proud
3
of every
games are done.
team that's able to make it here to this point, you know? It's just so when you have a really rough games like that, there's a certain point to where you start becoming 3 points to some of these teams. And you don't want to be that. So Angry Amateurs, I hope to see you bounce back a couple games to where, you know, other teams just don't knock, finish, and then realize it's you and just full push. It's going to be real tough to deal with.
Excuse continuing to lay down the law, getting ahead of so many various teams, gatekeeping them. Haven't really picked up a lot of points just yet. Excuse right now with only 1. Zone shifting away from them once again. They got to go. They want to make sure they push these teams on their backside away or hurt them enough where they're not a threat. YKG straight into the center. Previous, the Chosen. Fears is knocked, bleeding out down to 1 HP. Can they get that res off in time? Fears getting tapped now. The Chosen, though, down to 2. They know they have to make a play. They know they have to get aggressive. Can they find another one? Fierce gets back up. 4v2 situation looking very strong for YKG.
2 huge teams battling it out. Can Gaji find an angle? Stellar's looking for something with this nade. Threads it through the window. And that does tip up Joey just a little bit. Oh, but Gaji getting shut down immediately. And you can see just the pre-fire from all of YKG. Wow, that was a very close nade. Chico almost getting hit, but that does give away the position of Stellar. And it looks like it's only a matter of time before he goes down.
Yeah, Stellar doing what he can. Back up against the wall. And here comes a push from all sides.
Great
He
knock.
gets one. Yeah, Joey gets a knock, but that's about it. Now, usually this building down here in the Chasm, which is very huge magnet for third parties from up above the hills, but luckily for them, no one's there yet because the circle shifted so difficultly down south and just kept going down south. Nobody's even managed to get close to center. Look at that. It's just YKG and then Hyper. That's about it.
Goodness. Completely set up, and Hyper is once again YKG very beautifully positioned here. Here comes MEZEXIS inactive. Had a pretty cheeky start to this tournament. First team to get a squad wipe, and they're looking to get some more. They're getting some nice eliminations, but they're not really getting those placements. Can this be the time? Can they get it done with 3 members?
It's going to be a tough one. You saw on that eastern side so many teams. 70% of the teams all stuck on each other on the east. See who makes it out alive out of all of them. K19 right now. Now the ones gatekeeping Excuse. These are 2 teams also just on the edge of that zone on the eastern side.
Oh boy. Things are starting to heat up here. Remix gets taken out by Excuse under this bridge by Camp Charlie. Man, this is a great position to be in. That zone is most likely going to go away from them, though, so Excuse has to start making the decision of when they decide to cross this river. What do you think, Sute? If you were them, what would you do?
I mean, I think they're good. Just, I mean, 2 of them are already in the zone underneath that bridge. And at this point, they're looking to just farm points from outside the zone. They know the way the zone shifted. There's so many points to be gathered on the eastern side. So many teams to be easily gatekeeping. Now they're going to pick up more Trick. Not able to pull a quick one there. Goes down inactive. Last one up. Probably just going to go down to the blue. Heal for as long as he can. Maybe make it 1 placement higher, but the placement points don't even matter, so he may as well take this 1v1.
Oh!
And, he does not get it. The DBS, once again, reigns supreme.
Dude, DBS is just brutal. It is the DBS meta, and it is here to stay until a change is made, because, man, it is so powerful. That one-shot machine. What can beat it in the CQC? Nothing so far. as we are finally reaching the end of this map. About to hit zone number 5, Zute. Who do you think's your favorite to win this one?
Ooh, for me, I gotta go with YKG this time. I already said it can't be Hyper, even though Hyper are looking good. However, they're being pressed by 2 teams. Execute has swept around the southern side and are making their move up. Hyper actually only down to 2 players. Ren, no, they're not going for the revive on Ren whatsoever. It looks like they're gonna prioritize trying to secure the more southeastern side and just leaving Ren to bleed out there. Yeah, with 2 teams pushing up, that's probably the best choice. Kindness picking up that one. I don't think they're going to be able to get the confirmation shot from the other side by K19. It is a third-party sandwich down there. Jason, last one up, I believe, for the Execute team. Cornerstone is going to get one. Oh, he's got 3 more to look for and does the smart thing. Goes for the confirmation instead.
Yeah, gets that confirmation, but K19 gets the last laugh here. Hyper now at the edge of their seat. It's just GK first.
Oh.
Wow, that was a beautiful nade there on the Poppy Sour.
That was not an easy one.
Nope,
Yeah.
That's a hard one to throw there. It has to be perfectly cooked in order to get a burst like that. But man, that is kind of putting a little hesitation here from K19.
Yeah, K19 Ander, he's going to get up ahead onto the high ground into the zone, but now K19 being shot from their backside gives a perfect opportunity for GK First maybe to pull off something huge. One of the players of K19 does go down to Excuse, so now it's a 1v2 for GK First, going back and forth in the smoke, but it is not enough as another team, the Wanted Vigilantes, just constantly more and more teams coming into the mix, into the fold of things, third partying. K19 now sandwiched as 2 players between 2 teams.
Hey, welcome to Sanhok, baby. This is what it's all about here. Almost everybody predicted YKG to win this one. We did see 7 picking Hyper for that back-to-back-to-back, but this isn't going to happen here. It looks like you were right, Zute. That 3-peat just being a little bit too tough at this point. Where is this zone going to go? If it centers up, that's going to be ridiculous for these teams.
Ooh, that would be a great finish. Let's see, zone shifting, and ooh, goes a little bit to the southwest. Now, more of the high ground is in play with that southern shift. YKG kind of in zone. It comes down to these 2 teams, though, K19 versus the 4-man team of Excuse. Excuse have been playing this so well, just slowly, but confidently pushing in.
My question is this: if you were Wanted Vigilantes, do you push outside the zone and clear it?
Oh, I think you wait.
Do you wait? Well, it looks like that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
But Excuse and K19 should be coming anytime soon. But if you wait, that's eliminations that are going to be gone because you know this battle's about to happen. Here comes Kai with the DBS. Gets a couple pops. And K19 are eliminated.
Very well done. Excuse pulling the trigger there, going aggressive. We've seen Excuse in this game on screen multiple times, slowly chugging their way in, managing to keep up all 4 very well down. Now here's that push you were talking about. They're actually not going to wait. They're going to go aggressive. They were looking for a third party. One player does go down to that play zone. So that pressure, very well done in time, pushes the entirety of the team away without having to fight an entire team.
I would have liked to see them do that a little bit earlier, just a little earlier, secure all those eliminations, especially with this new system. But at the end of the day, you got to make that coin flip as an IGL. And they said, hey, you know what? We're going to hold it down here and try to win this game.
Oh,
Here goes YKG. Joey.
Close.
Caught, holding an aid. Fishy gets the lucky headshot as he was going for Joey. And now Joey's going to have to make something happen with this DBS. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Fierce gets 1,
Fierce.
gets 2, gets 3? Did he hit 3? Is he on the 4-piece right now? Oh, goes for the med. Ill time, but through the smoke, Joey with the support.
Wow.
Gets the finish. I think Fierce got, he got 2 for sure. Not sure where the other shots came in from. Oh, Cheek, maybe from Chico downrange. He left the player back as supporting sightlines. Holy, YKG. looking to clean this one out. It is down to 2 teams, Jukes.
It is, and not to mention you got Chico on the complete off angle away from this. So he could definitely give that intel to his teammates and possibly catch a big off angle here. Can he get it done in time? Yup, you see, there he was.
There it is.
On the other side, wide open, and he is gonna take this game by himself if Phoenix does not look in this direction. The laydown shots from Alf. But you know the team's coming to clean things up.
Yep.
It's YKG getting the chicken dinner at Sanhok, baby. What'd I say? I told you. It's about time.
Joey the conductor, the choo-choo train is chugging now, and on Sanhok of all maps. Now, I don't think any of this would have happened if it wasn't for that little tree tap.
Oh my gosh, that tree tap was so beautiful. Man, that is what I like to see there. You know, I knew that after game 1, YKG wasn't feeling too hot, right? They had a rough one, but they have just shown that they have that ability to come back, right? And that wasn't a gifted zone, right? They did land in boot camp, but they were so smart to move so quickly, circumvent Phoenix, avoid that early trap set like you said earlier and you caught, and just push their way through every team. It was beautifully done.
Yeah, and also they went aggressive at the very end. They went for that third party. They moved the way you wanted, I think, the Phoenix team to move on to Excuse. They were a little. Phoenix was a little bit slower. You were saying, I wish they moved a little bit quicker. Well, YKG, they moved quicker.
Oh yeah.
They went for that third party quicker. The second they finished that fight, they were already on their heels, and that was what YKG needed. Of course, Fears coming in with that beautiful 2, maybe even a 3-piece, and Chico hanging back for that long-range support. YKG, beautifully done push towards the very end to secure themselves that chicken.
Straight money there. I mean, and Hyper get blessed with that zone once again. But you know what? Not able to get it done. It's YKG for this. More PUBG Mobile action right after this break.
Boy, oh boy, Chico with that angle at the end to finish off the Sanhok match.
Yeah.
YKG answering exactly like how we wanted to. Before we break down the match, a special shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. Cameron.
Yeah, 7.
Sute said and Hyper wasn't going to be able to get that back to back to back, and he was absolutely right. I was kind of hoping they weren't going to. I saw you pick YKG though.
Yeah, I did, and that was just because of the positioning in the middle of the game. They had a lot of control with the compound around them. Everyone else was coming in from the camp on the east side next to that river where actually, and Hyper tried to post up and actually push themselves in a position to try and gatekeep those teams out of it, which is a very aggressive play in terms of trying to go for elimination points, but it's very risky, and unfortunately this time around for them, we saw that risk sort of bite them, but I definitely like the proactive play. And as far as strategy for this entire event, I'm still positive on it.
I would have loved to see a completely different circle there for Hyper, because I felt like they didn't really have to rotate much until they made that big push that you mentioned. So why don't we pull up the match ranking, because I want to see how this team's ended up in regards to points throughout that match. And going back to Hyper, I mean, I like the aggressiveness. They took the initiative. I thought they were going to be a lot more passive. Like you were saying, I like the initiative there out of them. YKG, though, 11 elimination points, 21 points total, and then Excuse out of nowhere being able to put up 11 points for themselves.
I'm seeing a lot of teams here with 5 or 6 eliminations. That just shows the nature of Sanhok. It's a lot more like just a deathmatchy sort of map. It's incredibly difficult to try and post up and get any sort of level of control. Looking at YKG, who a lot of us on the talent roster picked them to win that map because of their positioning halfway through the game. They didn't even have a lot of control from that. They had to have a vehicle send onto an opposing team on the opposite side of the map in order to regain control because of a circle shift. So this is a map that is going to really favor teams who can just throw themselves into the mix and come out on top. And we saw a lot of shotguns because of that weapon's ability to do just that.
Yeah, and for me, you're talking about shotguns. I'm getting flashbacks of Execute almost losing 2 players there at one point.
Yeah.
They were able to get a lot of eliminations in regards to their placement points. There weren't that much. Maybe they'll be able to get some more here in the next match. And we're going to be going down to Team Mobility, only being able to get 2 points and coming from eliminations. And then Men of 4. That's the team that I was thinking of when it came to Execute. They were able to get at least 1 elimination. It almost became 2, but it was just, Execute was just a little bit too much with those angles. Overall, a big surprise. You mentioned it too, how many teams were able to get at least 5 to 6 eliminations. I can't wait to see the total damage, because it's going to paint a picture of us, which teams were actually the ones that were more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, YKG definitely going to be out on top, but it's not that drastic of a fall off looking for the next 4 teams. Again, we're just pulling this up to double down on the illustration of Sanhok just being a super fraggy fight map.
Yeah, and this is what I love, Sanhok. This is anybody gets a chance that hasn't been able to showcase their skill because of all the madness that's going on. Anybody can third party anybody. YKG, K19 is huge. I mean, MEZEXIS has actually been steady in regards to elims. That's a team a lot of other people need to keep an eye on, because they've been consistent with those 5 to 6 elims, even though their placement hasn't been quite there. So you know what? Let's actually take a look at the overall ranking after 3 matches. I'm excited to see who's the one that's going to be on top. And no surprise there.
I mean,
Hyper, 45 points.
Are you excited? We knew who it was going to be. Even though they didn't perform well in Sanhok, they still had 2 wins in a row. But I do want to, sort of echo what you're saying about MEZEXIS. They are sitting solidly in 3rd place because while they don't have the high highs of a team like Hyper or YKG who came out with the previous win, they are just slowly grinding those points down. And while a team like Hyper are looking amazing, performance like that is incredibly unreliable. So we'll see what happens in them when the gas starts to, taper off a little bit.
Yeah, and for me, Phoenix Esports NA, that's a big surprise. I mean, besides them, everybody else that's currently not in 1st or 2nd place, they don't have even more than 10 placement points. And for Phoenix Esports NA to be able to put up at least 11 placement points with those eliminations, that's good to see them there within the top 5. Now let's take a look here at the 2nd page, as we're going to be seeing Skills of Mine currently with just 5 points. They're sitting in 16th place. We have BOPE Esports there with 6 points. And WALLSTREETBETS, I expected a lot more out of this team for them to only have 12 points. Maybe they'll be able to pick it up here within the next 2 matches.
I mean, 12 points in 2 games is so much better than 5 points in 3, comparing WALLSTREETBETS to Skills of Mind. You points look nice, but you really always have to balance them out with how many matches that they've played. I mean, Men of 4 and Angry Amateurs are looking even worse. Listen, we're only 3 maps into, 5 a day, 15 times 5. Well, I'm not going to do the math, but there's a lot of games that we have. So this is still just the very, very beginning. But when you remind yourself about all those bonus points to start the final, if you have your eyes on the win or even just a really high top placement at the end of this entire season, you don't want to take that much time before you really get yourself up to speed.
Yeah, and for me, I have to give a special shout out there to PUPPETEER. They only have 1 placement point, but they have 11 elimination points. I think they took that aggressiveness to a key. They made that their game plan. They're like, you know what? We're not even going to worry about where we end up placing. We're just going to continue to fight and get this placement. As many as many eliminations as we can. And guess what? We're finally going to be getting Hyper to sit out. So some of these other teams might actually get a chance to even get more points. And we're going to have MEZEXIS back in, WALLSTREETBETS back in, and the Panthers. The Panthers, as a team, that's actually surprised us a lot in regards to the eliminations as well. I mean, we saw them there within the first stage too. I expect them to be pretty strong here in the next match as well.
Yeah, having Hyper out is going to be really big to sort of see what a lot of the other teams are going to be, how they're going to be performing without that big looming threat of, I mean, Hyper.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You guys heard what we got to say about this, teams. Let us know in the socials what you got to say. Make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA and also follow us on Twitter, Instagram, Discord, YouTube. Definitely the YouTube. I was asking everybody who was going to be winning that match. Nobody got it right, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll get a chance here in the next match. Now, Hot Jukes, Sute, any team that surprised you in that last match? Let me know.
Tech, yeah, it's YKG, baby. I mean, they surprised me in a way that I hoped that they would, right? They came out swinging after a bad match. That's something I like to see, Zute. But, you know, looking at the leaderboards, for me, the team that really stood out, it was the Chosen, right? They are still all the way down here at the bottom, being real quiet here today.
It's one of those, the Chosen, you know, a veteran team. They've been in the circuit for a while, and they have, you know, the Chosen. It's an org. They are backed by a prominent org over in, you know, Asia, so you'd expect them to do a little bit better. But maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe the other teams are just better than the Chosen, at least for today. Maybe they'll take a day or two to start ramping things up, but the Chosen, I feel like they've always been an inconsistent team. They would shine really bright sometimes, you know, pull off these amazing pushes, these amazing shows of aggression, and then they do these type of performances where it's just like they're not even worth talking about.
Wow. Hopefully this could be the game that they bounce back, especially now that you got a monster team like Hyper sitting out, right? It's a big opportunity for teams to catch up on the leaderboards. You know, especially a team like YKG. This could be a big game for them. Execute as well, looking to bounce on the leaderboards. These are some teams looking to really capitalize on it. What do you think about Execute's split here?
I think that's a split for Info, because like game one, they were able to see there were two teams landing North George. So I think they had, you know, some people landing very far north just in case, and the other for Info. And I don't think they wanted to send just one person down south for Info, like into North George. They wanted to give them like a buddy. So I think they're feeling, you know, they're testing the waters. This is still day one. Sure, these teams may have been scrimming and etc. But when it comes to tournament day, teams change things up sometimes. So you got to play for the information, and this way they get all the info that they would need.
Yeah, really split. They're going to be getting pretty much quite a few cities all to their lonesome. So very interesting to look at here. Angry Amateurs off to a really, really rough day. They are looting the crates here, keeping it nice and safe. So nothing too surprising just yet from them. Any other teams stand out to you, Zute, so far?
Super Lazy Reflex gets Gaka for themselves because MEZEXIS isn't in the lobby. So I bet they're happy about that, because MEZEXIS last time ended their Erangel game extremely early on. The first team to go out was actually Super Lazy Reflex. So now they'll have a chance to play this Erangel game, and with a really good circle too. The first circle pretty much is, you know, towards the southwest. You can almost discount Military Island because only about 20% of it is in. So that actually makes the first circle a lot smaller than it actually is.
Oh my goodness. Yes, indeed. We know that zone's most likely going to go into that main island as well. So Golden Eagle, Super Lazy Reflex in a good spot when it comes to the zone for now. Quite a few teams decided to loot these outskirts on that north side of Erangel. So they're going to have to make a pretty big rotation. Right now we're looking at one of them, and that's the Panthers, right? The Panthers, we've seen them play very aggressive. I love their play style. They did sit out that Sanhok game, which I really would have loved to see them play. But, you know, they're back at their good old tried and true Erangel. I'm really looking forward to see them just have a good, consistent game here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be fighting their way in from the east once again, unless if they decide to make, you know, one of those faster, more central rotations early on. But the Panthers being the Panthers, I don't think that's what they're gonna do. We're gonna see them slowly work in, taking a bunch of fights probably, and hopefully working out for them because the Panthers, they had a huge game one. They didn't win game one, however, but they still picked up a lot of points. In fact, if I recall correctly, right, and Hyper, of course, took the chicken and a lot of eliminations. But when it came down to the final standings after just one game, the first game, the Panthers were only, I think they were only 3 points shy of Hyper at that point. So that's what I'm saying. The placement points, even getting the chicken dinner, is not as polarizing as it used to be. If you could pick up those elimination points, they'll help you out a lot. And that is what the Panthers are looking to do once again.
Man, that edge play is going to be coming in big time, I think. Because you're going to see some teams, possibly even some of the weaker ones, right? Holding that edge, just desperately playing it quietly. And if you are a monster squad, you're going to hold that edge and catch them slipping. You could really soak up those elimination points early on. But then again, with risk comes reward, Zute. And there's a lot of risk in doing that, because if you go out, you're done early and you're not putting any points on the board.
Definitely not. Phoenix rotating right over the bridge. Super Lazy Reflex doing a very standard 2-2 split here on top of the hill and at the compounds. We've seen so many teams utilize this 2-2 split. Should know how to play this correctly. And I'm taking a look at the mini-map, and I'm noticing a lot of teams still looting on the eastern side, not yet rotating in. So not a lot of teams prioritizing those rotations.
Nope. Playing it very, very, very safe here. No one doing that early rotation on a vehicle route like I was talking about earlier. That's something I really want to see some teams do. But so far, no one willing to make that risk just yet. As we're going to see BOPE all the way down in Milta. BOPE has had a pretty interesting day so far. Kind of hit, kind of miss. Nothing too spicy just yet. This is Milta. They're just kind of getting looted up, ready for the match here. The zone, like you mentioned, the fact that a lot of the circle is cut off in that water, in that military base, it really reduces the amount of places you could really hold up now. So I'd like to see some of these teams get moving a little bit faster than normal.
Also, with the zone being in such a familiar spot of Erangel, I mean, everyone knows Erangel like the back of their hands, but this zone in particular has been played out so many times that I think teams have so many plans in place, like, you know, depending on where the next shift is or where the third shift is, that they're just waiting for them to engage their plan when that time comes, rather than, you know, trying to find something super early in the very first circle, because they circle 1, circle 2, circle 3, they all have options and they all have a playbook ready for any situation, so no need to be in a rush. So I think that's why a lot of teams are taking their time.
Very interesting. Yeah, I can't blame them, and that's kind of the tough part here, is when you have so many different point systems in play, so many different things to think about, it really does mix up your strategies going into this map here. And, you know, for a team like Hyper, just hope the zone comes to you, you know? You ain't got to worry about nothing.
Ooh, top players, most eliminations so far. Chronix is actually up here with 8. Ren and Kindness following close behind with 7. Now, Hyper is not playing this match. The Panthers are, so Chronix might be looking to, you know, extend that lead by a little bit more as the second circle is about to shift on in.
Let's see what the strategy is going to be. We're starting to see some nice and quick rotations here. I wonder what MEZEXIS is going to do with this rotation. Wow.
Oh, wow.
All right. A thick rotation directly onto Ferry Pier. That's going to spice things up quite a bit here, Zute. There's not a lot of spots you can really hold now with the zone.
Yeah, so you know how I was saying teams can even wait till the third circle with a circle like this to engage their playbook.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's no waiting for a third circle. You gotta do whatever it is you want to do in the second circle already. That is a hard southern shift. I mean, it could have been worse. It could have went to military base, but this is just almost as difficult because these teams are eyeing that ferry pier. They're eyeing that huge bunker position just a little bit north of ferry pier. So many teams want these positions right now that it is going to be a mad dash for these spots, and I won't be surprised if at least 2 to 3 teams clash for one of these positions.
I would very much not doubt you at all, Zoo. This is gonna spice things up big time. I mean, but hey, you know what? This is the PMPL, baby. We've seen nothing but crazy zones right off the rip. But hey, these teams should be used to it by now, right? Got to make those moves quick. Got to make those quick decisions. And you got to get ready for that fight.
Bunker.
Yeah.
The mega bunker.
It is a
Now,
mega bunker.
Yeah. Now, historically, I feel like any teams holding this spot, if they just get full scent, they always lose it. We've seen that happen so many times. As Ferry Pier, a little bit of a different story as we have a 4v4 engagement now. We do have 2 teams, both teams losing 1 player right now.
Wow.
But the aggression is on from the Phoenix side.
And they got finished too. I mean, wow, okay, beautiful angle there from Dose, catching Diamond on that rotation. Now they just gotta push, get out, last player here. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Oh, never mind. That turn coming up huge. Wasted, what are you doing? Help your team, he just closed the door. He closed the door, too.
God, don't get the free revive. There's that pre-fire. And he lets him cross over
But you know,
for a revive.
He's in the shack. He closed the door and he just hid in the shack.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
But why? But
I
why?
don't know. That's
Maybe
it's
somebody in his team said something mean to him. And he said, "You guys, I told you guys not to push. Y'all are on your own."
Oh man.
I mean, now
this was a bad push still. I mean, I
that's
wouldn't
what
say
Wasted
bad
said.
push.
That's what Wasted said. He said, "This is a bad push, guys. I told y'all."
To be fair, I think Phoenix were the ones pushing, and that should have been a much easier defense from the other side of things, but it did not work out that way. And Super Lazy Reflex actually driving 1 player down here, seeing if they could do something, and another circle shift this time. Hard to the western side, heavily favoring Execute. Has been wrapping in from that western edge.
Wow. What an interesting play here. Dose is still alive from Skills of Mine.
I mean, he's bleeding.
And he's gone.
He's gone.
And he's gone. So, I mean, I was thinking that Wasted would have gone and revived him there. There was a chance. There was a chance. And by chance, I mean none.
I mean, you saw how fast he shut that shack door. It was just like, no, I'm done.
Nope, done. Done. I am not moving. I like this place.
Yeah.
It's safe. And this is where I'm going to stay. Phoenix.
Yeah.
Not even messing with Wasted because they know the power that he holds in that shack. They are on the move to the next side of the zone. Angry Amateurs getting this northern Gatka area. They're going to have to fully send it around here. Yeah, here comes Puppeteers. Pushing.
Right onto Metaphor. Metaphor, they get the opening, though. Faye goes down. That might be a third-party opportunity, as we saw for the team on the northern side, Angry Amateurs. They did a little loop around. Shots going out. And Faye, that's one with the DPS. It's trades back and forth. Is there going to be a third party? I don't think so, as this fight has actually just finished up already.
Done and dusted, just like that. Wow, Puppeteers doing a great job picking up some early eliminations. They're gonna have to go pick up Faye though and get on the move because this zone is closing and almost every single spot is already taken. YKG!
Oh, YKG!
Gone!
Yeah.
Wow. Great game on Sanhok, and Wall Street Bets just shut them down quick.
Wall Street Bets, one of those teams that do have very heavy hitting firepower when it comes to the close range. And with the way this, this fight looks like it finished, it's probably a crash from the side of YKG, and well, Wall Street Bets, they just defended it.
Oh My goodness. Beautifully done there. That's a big, honestly, that's a really big finish there from Wall Street Bets. They really needed that to, I think, really
Great
help
position.
their overall mental game here. Taking out one of the top squads in that kind of fashion, it's definitely got to get that momentum going a little bit.
Yeah, definitely so. BOPE trying to scale the mountain. Hot Zada throwing down some smokes. Some enemies nearby, but not an immediate threat. Angry Amateurs, nice rotation into the center circle. Can they get that revive, though? A second circle about to pop up. Now, we also still have the heavy-hitting team of Execute on the wayside, waiting to make a move as the next circle. I don't think it will go to them, but Execute, they're ready to push in that circle. Ooh, super lazy reflex. Getting circle blessed there, but can they hold that position?
Let's see here. Zone centers up right there, dead center. So that's a great zone for Angry Amateurs. Hopefully this could be their bounce back game. Execute right there on that edge, about to push on in. They're going to hold that mountainside. That could be a pretty good position there for them. Looks like Puppeteers getting into it, though, really quick. Puppeteers have been playing this very aggressive this game.
Puppeteers, not slowing their roll. Very aggressive, like you said. Coming up on the side. And notice how the zone is away from them, but they're looking to finish the fight, get the points. Oh, the nade held too long. Bang.
Dong!
About to get thirsted.
Ding dong!
Wow. Ding
Hello.
dong, indeed. Dong landing that nade right where he needed, and he's going to get the revive. Zone is closing, though. I don't think they're going to really look for a good spot in zone. They might just push in and get whatever more eliminations they can as the Chosen, the team that has not done anything yet, looking to make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to get something going, and they need to get that momentum started. They don't have sub pigs, so that's going to be pretty tough for them. Hopefully we can see them bounce back in this game now that they did secure that spot. And oh, looks like they're going for another position. They're going for this dip, this bowl, and they are going to get it. So they are going to be beached for a little while. But man, one nade, if it reaches that spot, they're in trouble. Oh, beautiful shots from Anying, from Anying. Beautiful. The nades, though.
The nades.
The nades. Fate. Who does he have
How
any
much more he got? Yeah.
If you
that's
got
the
it,
question.
throw it.
Throw everything. Even throw a pan.
Throw
Might
it
get
all.
a lucky hit in. Stellar with the nade right back towards Fate. Fate forced to move further back, but they got that revive off. So now they're able to suppress a little bit longer and maybe move Jason up. Jason's got 4 grenades in hand. He might be the one to seal the deal for the Chosen.
Yeah, they want to get this fight done quick because they do not want to get pushed by another team that possibly could edge that rotation and catch them slipping. So Execute need to decide either hold this spot or push them now. And honestly, pushing them now doesn't seem like a bad idea.
Looks like the Chosen are trying to back up a little bit more as Jason did get closer. You know, Jason's got those 4 nades. Stellar and Anying staying for now. The zone's going to shift soon too, so Execute. They don't don't just have to worry about a potential third party from their backside. They have to worry about the next zone, so they want to get this finish even faster. As Jason gets one, but right back, Stellar onto Jason. This is just going to stall things a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's going to just extend this fight, and that gives the opportunity for more teams to start keeping an eye on this area. Anying does throw those smokes. Going to go for that res. Got to watch out for a nade, though, coming up soon. Outside on the edge of this circle towards Quarry. Dope and BOPE. The BOPE of Dope. Who's going to win this one out right here? BOPE definitely being gate-kept by Dope. All it takes is one good nade. Start this fight.
BOPE crawling up. Snake in full effect. Hot Zada, very close. He's got that UMP. No more nades. Looking to make an opening for the team. Here's some footsteps on the left side. Springs up, takes some shots, and the DBS shuts everything down. That is BOPE out of there. Looks like the dope was too strong for BOPE. Oh, would you take a look at this? The fight still continues. Knocked back and forth. Jason knocked again. Jason probably landed another nade, knocked another. Execute and the Chosen. It is just a slugfest between these two teams. And I think the Chosen actually did end up losing a player. So I don't know if Execute finished it.
Wow.
But the Chosen down to 2 now.
Down to just 2 players. And, you know, Execute losing Juancho on that push. And it looks like they are going to push back now to this other bowl and just kind of hold it down for a little bit longer. Honestly, that's not a bad decision. Like, Execute the Chosen would optimally, right, start becoming a little bit of neighbors and just focusing on everybody that's trying to push onto them and then deal with each other a little bit later. Yeah. But man, look at this.
Zone shifted onto them.
SLR still holding it down.
Oh, this compound's so, like, beefy.
Yes.
No teams really want to just smash into it. And there's just enough zone outside of this compound that teams like, you know, Wall Street Bets right there, they don't have to force themselves to full send it either. So it looks like the teams are just going to get closer and closer, which works in huge favor for Super Lazy Reflex. Golden Eagles, on the other hand, though, they don't have much to work with at all. They're going to have to take this position away from MEZEXIS.
Oh my goodness. Here we go, though. More action. Golden Eagles full sending it. Remix. Shutting this push down completely. Golden Eagles eliminated. Just like that. MEZEXIS still holding on.
5 points for MEZEXIS.
Wow.
Now making it into the late game with 5 elimination points. This might be their game to pick up some position or placement points, which is what they've been lacking in. And there's only 6 teams left. Looking very strong for them. The Chosen still managing to stay alive. Next zone, about to shift once again.
Goodness gracious, here we go. Where is this zone gonna go? 27 seconds left on the clock. We have a little bit of a stalemate right here. Nobody looking to move at all. And let's see right now. Right now we had some predictions from the casters earlier. Zute, you did pick Execute. I picked SLR because this zone is just looking too pretty. But Wall Street Bets are looking very, very dangerous right now. Cameron picked Dope Slayers up top.
Yeah, Dope's not a bad pick. Dope is in a good spot. Oh, that zone shift, though.
Hello.
Now, Wall Street Bets, they have to slam into SLR now. So that pits the 2 4-man teams into a fight where they could very well be cut down to like 2-2 each, leaving the straggler teams like Execute, the Chosen. It gives them a good chance to potentially close out this game. We'll see how this plays out, though, as Wall Street Bets looking to make their move.
And here they go. SLR getting knocked on the way in. They're too spread out. The rest of the team cannot support this player. So he's just going to be knocked up top. So first Frost, the first one to go down. And now Wall Street Bet's going to take at this easy point. And things are starting to fall apart here for Super Lazy Reflex. I'm surprised they didn't hold this position. They should have known a team was going to crash him.
Yeah. Or at least not peek the head-on crash, you know, by yourself. That was classic. Just one player covered, the rest pushed in, and first Frost fell for it. Kubi looking like he's trying to get on top of the roof, do some parkour, hardcore, looking to get a better vantage angle, but Wall Street Bets, so as a 4-man team, and Yuto, they're just pressing it ever so closer into Super Lazy Reset. Yaman, though, and the shot!
Wow!
The Shock of Doom!
The nade, though, from Kubi was so strong. And Wall Street Bets is now just beating up Super Lazy Reflex, who were too focused on the inside of the zone that they did not check their backs first. And now it's Wall Street Bets punishing him for it. Gotta clear your back, always. Always before you look in.
Wall Street Bets did lose one player, though, to the Shock Snake.
Christine BB.
I don't think they're looking to lose anymore as they're grouped up together. 3v1. Christine? UMP gets one. Oh, goes for the thirst.
The angle.
Oh! I thought he hit that.
I thought he hit it too, honestly. That was a cheeky little angle right there. But Kubi with a beautiful headshot there from that AK, shutting that down. So Wall Street Bets knocking out Super Lazy Reflex. Dope Slayer still alive. A couple players from Execute still up as well. the Chosen, having a rough day today. Finally looking to put some points on the board, but they are in full snake mode right now. MEZEXIS is doing a great job at controlling this area with just pure gunfire.
Now, it's great that all these teams made it to top 5, but position or placement points wise, it is not as much as it used to be. So they got to get some more elimination points to pad the overall points gained from this game. Speaking about elimination points, Dope already has 5. So they'll probably be fine if they go out in 5th here. We'll see where the next circle goes, as it is about to shift once again. No team, a 4-man team besides MEZEXIS. Will also have 5, and they get WALLSTREETBETS. They catch one. I'm not sure what that player was doing out there.
Me neither. Looking for a cheeky angle or something, but MEZEXIS was just set up on this side of the bridge. I hope WALLSTREETBETS looks back and figures out what exactly went wrong with that. Zone changing. On to the beach. Right dead center in the bullseye is Fate.
Yep. Execute. They could win this if these teams smash into each other. You just got to play quiet. Now, MEZEXIS, they're partially in zone. I don't think MEZEXIS needs to make a play, nor will they make a play. It comes down to Dope and WALLSTREETBETS right now.
Yes, it does. What's the rotation going to be? What's the play? MEZEXIS are not letting anybody push up for free. The Chosen can't get it done with their gun skill. They're just full laying down. Gotchi gets knocked. Anying's going to go for the res.
Oh, the push. I think that's the push for WALLSTREETBETS that got the knock onto the Chosen. They got in their cars for a second.
They're going to have to full send it. Yep, here they go. Exotic with the full push. Here he goes. He's going to catch him on the drive over. The DBS comes down, and Anying can't hit the first shot. That's got to hurt.
Nothing's working out for the Chosen right now. Their gun skill, their positioning, rotations. Yeah,
you gotta hit that.
They make it in.
Yeah, that allowed WALLSTREETBETS to push up here and gives them another breath of life. Dope and Execute on the other side of this beach, as it's the Battle of Normandy here. MEZEXIS showing the most aggression at all these teams, though.
You know what would be sick? If they lay down a smoke path to get one player into the water, to swim across the other.
Oh my gosh, right? Just go full Mission
Navy SEAL
Impossible.
mode.
That would be sick, honestly. Could you imagine popping out the water just with a ridiculous angle?
Yeah, there's cover there too. You see that tank right there? They could have used that, but hey, that's neither here or there. As Dope did manage to pick up one onto Execute. Execute down to just 1 now. It is only Fate, as it seems like everybody's made it in circle. And we're going to have to go to the next one to see how this plays out.
And imagine if all of Execute would have taken that position with Fate. They would have been set up here, but I can understand why they try to take some different angles. Dope. Now with a lot of vehicles, a lot of vision on the rest of the teams. WALLSTREETBETS, I think, is going to be a really big pain in the side for MEZEXIS. MEZEXIS really needs to take this team out.
WALLSTREETBETS with 12 eliminations.
Wow, what a game for them.
Love to see it. Yeah. Dope. I think they're going to take Execute spot now, as that circle does shift off of them. And they know the Execute is hurt. It is only Fate left alive. Can he make a miracle play right here? So Dope's about to push in with 3.
Let's find out. Dope. Oh man, I already got those DBSs ready. These guys know exactly what they need to do in order to get this done. Can they do it, though? That's the question. About to pop off here in the next few seconds, because if they don't get it done, Papa Blue will. That's for sure.
Oh, the nade, the pre-nade. But MEZEXIS, they have an angle on Fate as well. Oh, down to 1 HP.
Oh,
MEZEXIS is actually going to make the play.
Here they come. MEZEXIS with the vehicle. Are they going to catch him slipping? Fate holds on.
Gets 1.
Gets 1. Is Dope going to now try to third party and catch this?
They should. Unless if they're in zone. But even if they're in zone, that's not a very good spot. MEZEXIS, look at that decisive play. But they left their backs a little bit open to be backfilled by WALLSTREETBETS. So that could bite them quite literally in the butt.
Oh, they can't get naded here. That's the thing. You know, Brave's going to throw another one and try to catch him slipping. Man, MEZEXIS just taking that was a really risky play, right? You had to have some guts to make that move, and they definitely did it, and it looks to be paying off, but they are definitely in a huge sandwich here. Ooh, that nade hurt. Here comes another from Bray with the jump. Ooh!
Bray's got one more too.
Looks good.
Is it good?
Oh, wow! Inactive
He's got to pop a heal. He's got to pop off a heal right now.
Got him!
Oh, the return aid.
Inactive said, how do you like some of this? Or how you like them apples? Here comes Dope. Now gonna full send it to this tank. Hayuya. Wow, surviving. Able to make that rotation. Oh, all of MEZEXIS is knocked on this side.
Oh.
Tough break for them.
Yeah, they got backfilled. I think WALLSTREETBETS might have laid a nade in. It might have even been Dope's nade, but now we're down to, what is this, a 2v1v1? I think it is. Remix is still up, yeah.
At the edge of the water here. Is Hayuya gonna spot Exotic? That's the question. Oh, that nade was close. There's gotta be another one. I mean, you gotta throw another, if you have it, you gotta throw it in that little dip there.
Mm-hmm.
This beach is paying off so well for Remix.
Yeah,
Oh.
maybe seal play.
Just gotta make sure you
Dips
keep that
just enough.
that M4 out of that sand, though. Don't want it to lock up on you.
Smokes are out. This is the final zone, Jukes. It is just gonna be down
No way.
to who finishes out this fight. Oh, into the smoke, third person in the car.
He
Oh,
spotted
he
him?
actually spots Remix.
Wow!
Hayuya, the instinct 2v1.
The eyesight from Hayuya does not need to get checked. He uses that buggy as a distraction.
Oh my God.
And it's Dope Slayers to win this game. I believe it was 7 that picked that team to win this one. Beautifully
7
done.
or Cameron?
Oh, 7 or Cat? I think it was both, to be honest.
Well, you know who I picked to execute? They could have won, but they couldn't keep all 4 members up. Speaking about keeping all 4 members up, WALLSTREETBETS, they had no. MEZEXIS, they had all 4 up, but like you said, they went for a very aggressive, risky play, and it kind of, bit them in the butt, and it was Dope. A beautiful game by Dope. They pressed their way in from the edge, and they worked it in with patience, with teamwork, with synergy, and Hayuya, I don't know how he knew, but he knew, and that man led the charge, and they closed it out.
Yeah, it was beautifully done by them. You know what? When it comes to MEZEXIS, I don't mind it, right? It's one of those decisions you just gotta make, right? It's one of those coin flips as an IGL.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do like the fact that they were able to take that risk. It shows that they're not just, too nervous, passive. No, they had an idea. They executed it. It could have worked out, right? It just, this time, it didn't. I think in hindsight, which is 2020, right? If they would have gone and pushed WALLSTREETBETS first and cleared that whole side, that could have been the ticket for them. But you know what? Regardless, it was Dope to pull out this win, and they really needed those points.
Yeah, Dope came in very slow and patient. They worked with what they had. They didn't really, try and force anything. I thought it was going to be Dope that made the move onto execute, right? Because they had a position to go on in, but it was the other way around, and well, the slow play actually ended up working out in the long run, Judes.
Yeah, we got one more game left to go, everybody. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
That's what we love to see right there on that finish. Dope Slayers. We both got it right, baby. We both got it right.
Yeah, listen, we that playing around that beach is incredibly difficult. It seems that we both favored their positioning up from the hilltop. I didn't think they'd be as successful trying to push into the low ground, though. We did see a bit of a quiet in the fight just because of how open everything was. It was incredibly difficult for the teams to really get those angles where they wouldn't be third-partied. But then MEZEXIS, of course, went very aggressive. I love the play that they did to try and break things open and, you know, try and fight for the victory.
Yeah, and to be fair to Sute, I almost picked execute. I just did not favor their position. It was too crazy for them, okay? And I thought Dope Slayers was going to end up winning that engagement that they did have on that mountain. But a team that you did mention, MEZEXIS, they'd have a great match. So why don't we take a look at an interview from them?
Last year, you made your first appearance at PMPL. How was that experience for you?
The experience was nerve-wracking at first, but after I started playing the first few games, it kind of went away. And I mean, it was an amazing experience, and I'm happy that I'm able to keep playing and being able to show what I can do.
Talking about fragging power, you were one of the gun blazers in last split. You know, did you really expect to have that kind of performance being your first time around?
No, it wasn't in my mind, but then after, you know, like playing the first few games and I seen that I was able to frag out like that, I kind of got comfortable and I had a lot of confidence in me that I could be able to frag out like that.
What are your expectations for this year, man? Do you think you have what it takes to take the MVP title for the split?
MVP, it's not my main focus, but if it happens, it happens. But I just want to be able to do good with the team and be able to make it to the next stage like Americas and PNGC.
You were one of the first players in the scene to use that PP-19 Bison as your secondary, and you were going off with it. What makes you decide to use a weapon like that compared to others, and will we expect to see some of that action here this split?
I'll definitely use it again. The reason I like it is because it has, I think it's 53 round trunk mag, and I'm able to spray more longer than a 35 round with the UMP, and it's not a bad gun.
Next up, I got a big question for you, my man, and that is, why did you decide to leave your old team and join MEZEXIS?
A lot of the players that were in the old team wanted to make a different team with another players, and we all decided to just go our own way. And MEZEXIS hit me up out of nowhere when they found out I was a free agent, and they decided to give me a chance. And ever since I started playing with them, I felt like it was a good team, and I decided to join them.
Since you just recently joined MEZEXIS, you know, how is the synergy in the team right now? Do you feel like you have what it takes to become champions this season?
When I first joined, I've always been able to adjust to any team easily. So at the beginning, it wasn't no problem. And I think if we put enough work and do what we need to do to be champions, I think we can.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Trick. I personally expect big things from you this season. Last but not least, do you have anything to say to the fans out there?
To whoever supports MEZEXIS, I appreciate you guys, and just keep watching for us.
Okay, Trick, I love hearing that you aren't really pushing for that MVP, but you are pushing for the team to do well. And I personally love those type of team players. Cameron, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, if you push for the MVP, sure, some could argue that that's, you know, that killer instinct is what gets you to perform so well, but at the same time, you could easily lose focus on what actually wins the game if you're focusing on your own personal stats. Like, eliminations, damage, all that good stuff is useful to, like, collect those points, but you can easily go off the deep end and focus on the wrong things.
See, I would be just such a selfish player. I'll be thinking about those $500 to myself. But you know what? Let's pull up the match rankings from the last match to see if we were actually right, if we got the pick right. Oh. Okay, Dope Slayers, 20 points total. And WALLSTREETBETS, 12 elimination points out of WALLSTREETBETS. That's really impressive because we saw a push that they did.
Yeah.
And for them being able to have an anchor player, that was just so beautiful.
Yeah, that send, 1 watch, 3 send in. It's a classic, it's a fundamental, but if you can execute it as well as WALLSTREETBETS just did, I mean, there's a reason it is a fundamental because of how useful and how strong it can be. They might not have made it into the late game, but they still have 18 points. What am I talking about? They got second place. They just didn't like take over the beach as aggressively as a team like MEZEXIS or Dope did, but they definitely really played well.
By the way, PUPPETEER continuing on what they've been doing today. 0 placement points, 8 elimination points. Okay, PUPPETEER, I'm starting to see you even more. YKG being able to only get 3 points is a team we were expecting a little bit more of. And the Panthers, another team that, I mean, they had a great start to the day. That last game did not end up working out for them. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was YKG that ended up eliminating them. We'll have to see how they're going to be able to bounce back from this bad game. You're allowed at least 1 bad game throughout today. And a team that hasn't actually had any bad games so far today has to be MEZEXIS. Yeah. They have been very consistent in regards to eliminations, and now being able to also secure those placement points too. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, I mean, average damage, 1K, don't have to heal all that much. It's just like average eliminations, 5.7, and that's not even counting placement points. That is again, slow and steady continuation of the point gain, even if they don't necessarily get those wins.
Yeah, and for MEZEXIS, I mean, they do have 11 placement points, but the average elims is what's been impressive for me, because if we go back to the first game of today, they ended up hot dropping, and I don't think nobody expected them to end up where they ended up in that first match, and so far they're continuing to just improvise and absolutely surprise me with what they've been able to do. If they can continue with that average elim, I won't be mad, and I'm pretty sure everybody within their team, especially Trick, won't be mad at all. I do hope at some point, if they do continue to perform like this, Cameron, Trick does switch that mindset a little bit and be like, hey, I can maybe push for that MVP. I should go for it.
Let's wait till week 3 and see how the stats
that's why I say at some point
right now.
At some point, not today. Not today.
Down the line. Not quite yet.
Way far down the line. But you know what? We have been making some predictions. We've been close to getting some. We haven't gotten some. Let's see how we're doing. Okay. I'm dead last in this one. I got 0, you got 1, Sute got 1, and Hot Juice got 1. And I think that was the one where you guys all ended up picking up.
YKG, yeah, that was just on Sanhok. Listen, I think I want to give us some style points. We got pretty close a few times. Like, it's looking, the fact that you need to nail it 100% it's going to be some low numbers. It's 16 teams.
I feel like we got 1 Imaginary. At least I got 1 Imaginary point, especially from the last one.
Can we get half a
everybody, yeah, half a point, please. For everybody currently watching at home, let us know how you've been doing so far with your predictions, and make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA. I've been seeing some great stuff already. I saw a tweet from Sixless, if I'm not mistaken, talking about team mobility. I don't think we can show that one, but continue to use hashtag PMPL, and make sure you guys follow us on Twitter, subscribe on YouTube. And I've been actually active on that YouTube chat. I've been asking who's going to be getting the next game, who's going to be getting the win. So far, nobody has gotten it right. So, casters, who do you guys think is going to be winning this next and final match?
Oh, baby, it's Vikendi. Finally, back to PUBG Mobile Pro League, the first time in a long time. Man, who's going to win that first Vikendi? I think of the Panthers, man. I think of the Panthers
Really?
here. Zute, why not? I mean, they sat out of that Sanhok game, right? We've seen some heat from them a couple matches ago. I think it's now about time, even though they're used to the jungle, time to make it happen in the tundra. What do you think?
You know what I think, Jugs? I think N-Hyper is gonna win it because
I mean, that's a good safe pick in my opinion.
Because N-Hyper, they've probably been studying this map inside out, going back and watching all the 2018 VODs of when Vikendi was still competitive, researching how BTR were so dominant on this map. And I mean, this is just Hyper, you know, they're a team that does research. They hit the lab, they study bots together as a team. So if any team is coming into this more prepared than anyone else, it would have to be Hyper. So because of that reason, I think Hyper has an edge. But of course, you know, this is Vikendi after all. Who knows where that first circle is going to take things? So it could go anybody's way.
That is absolutely true. Great thing about Vikendi is that it is a small map. You can land pretty much anywhere you want to from the playing path. At the same time, it has so much cover, you know, so much cover. We do get a little bit of a water circle. That's on brand. Every time I cast a game of Vikendi, gotta see a little bit of water right off the rip here, Zoo.
There's actually more land in this first circle than there usually is. Because if you remember, Vikendi is notorious for like a half water zone on the first zone. And that was normal, almost.
That's true.
So, yeah, actually a lot of land to work with. What's interesting about this zone, though, is that not a lot of buildings in this zone. Usually when it's on land, there's like at least, you know, a lot of huge cities near the center, or a lot of cover near the center. But this one, there's like some compounds, but that's about it. So Vikendi, it used to be a heavily, you know, positional favored map where you want to get very central because there wasn't too many hardships. It's been a while. Who knows? The circles could be, you know, a little bit different where it does hard shift. And with the new point system and an unfamiliar map for a lot of these teams, a lot of things could go different than it used to be.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Anything can happen here at this point. You know, and I think whoever studied this map the most, whoever's been practicing it in their off time, is going to definitely get the edge when it comes to this. You know, I know that we got to see a little bit of Vikendi action in the Titan series past week. So I know that teams like Hyper, right, have a little bit of experience with it. YKG, another squad as well. So they are not completely new to it here. But again, it is the first time we've seen this map in PMPL in a long, long time. So it's really anybody's for the taking. The one thing I love about this place is that no matter what, even if you're so close together, there's so much cover, right? So many rocks, hills, and even if you feel like you don't have a really great spot, I mean, you could definitely make something of it.
Oh, and the end games where it looks like there's literally no cover, that's when those little nuances of the, not even hills, just like little elevations in the flat grounds come into play, and the smokes come into play, and like everything. It really makes for really fun games towards the late game, but it looks like we're going to have a fun early game as well. As two players drive off, they leave behind Yemen, and another gets knocked off. Driving, you know, I'm not really sure what Super Lazy Reflex was looking to do here. But...
Yeah, looks like they're in trouble here. Oh my gosh, he got spotted and instantly take it down. Puppeteers just absolutely abusing Super Lazy Reflex. They're having a lot of trouble in just fights, right? Like I think that where they position themselves really needs to be worked on, because they always find themselves not in an area to really support each other.
And that was weird. It looked like they dropped one player off as a trap, and then the other drove off, and then that player was left on the hill by himself with a snowmobile. That was so confusing to me. Yeah, I'm more confused than Super Lazy Reflex themselves, maybe. Like,
I would not doubt it, man. That's a tough break for them, for sure. I mean, this is another rough game. I just think that, you know, they seem to have, when they put themselves in a good spot, a good place, a good ability to push, but, you know, defending seems to be their big issue. Because like I mentioned, you know, where they put each other is so separated that when one goes down, they have no cover fire, no support, no help. And I think that's something that they really have to tighten up. I mean, if you just look at Hyper and some of these other squads, man, they definitely have started to, you know, implement that strategy. It just pays dividends.
Yeah, the way SLR that engagement happened, it's almost as if like you're playing, but you don't see the positions of your teammates.
Mm.
That's kind of like what it looked like. Like no one knew what they wanted to do or what was going on, and everyone kind of was left to fend for themselves. So they were picked apart very quickly. Good for Puppeteers and the Panthers, though. They each will pick up a few points there, and unless if I'm not able to do math, Super Lazy Reflex had 4 players, right?
Yes, they did.
And they're all dead, right?
All dead.
How come there's
Gone.
only a total of 3 points accumulated?
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Huh.
Well, maybe one will go up on the board here in just a second. Should see that here. Coming up soon, everybody.
I'm
Don't-
thinking maybe one of them crashed into a rock as they were driving off frantically and exploded themselves.
That's totally possible. Maybe Papa Blue caught them at the last second, too.
Yeah, the way it was so chaotic, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, you drove into a rock and then boom.
We've seen it happen. That's for sure. Plenty of times here. Looking at the
Oh,
leaderboards here.
YKG!
Wow,
They're losing players.
Oh, no.
They're down to 2.
YKG in big trouble.
Oh, they're against the Panthers!
The Panthers. If they get this finish, you know they're going to be feeling really good about themselves. They're going to get a nice reset. You got to watch out for Fears, though. Fears with that DBS, dangerous.
Fierce. Very quick fingers. Look how fast he prones, pulls out the nade, cancels, goes for the quick nade toss, gets it down to 1 HP.
What a
And
nade!
Quad! That was Quad's nade! Just catching the edge. Getting Chronics. Nate's still up, though. Is it just Fierce? No, it's Joey and Fierce, the dynamic
This nade could
duo.
be it.
Can they get it done?
Oh,
Back and forth they
Joey
go.
jumps away just in time. And the Panthers want to get another reset off here, but YKG is doing a great job of just applying pressure. Fears coming in with the DBS. Only a few
First aid.
shots left. Here comes the 2v1. Can Quanon do it at the same time? Nate, oh, the pre-fire! Now it's a 1v1. Oh,
the
so
trade right back.
clutch! Nate,
The 1v1 now.
gotta handle it against Joey. You gotta get it done.
Oh,
No,
right-hand peek.
The peak! Joey! Shutting down the Panthers. Well, there goes that pick. Joey saying, how dare you pick against me? Jukes, would you pick me at the start? So
Joey the
clutch.
King. The crown. They clutch it, but they're down to 2. They only have 2 players left.
Brutal.
Joey and Fierce. I would have loved to seen that fight from the beginning. That was a 4v4, and we saw how close it got. I went down to the 1v1, and man, that 1v1 was neck and neck. The DBS is coming into huge play there. But that's another team out. The Panthers and Super Lazy Reflex out. All the meanwhile in Hyper, you know, they're happy to see that. They're chilling. That's a big dog they don't have to worry about anymore.
Oh, yeah, indeed. So in Hyper, feeling great here. What a close one. You know, YKG, 2 players left. You know, WALLSTREETBETS have to see this as a nice door open as well. You know, MEZEXIS is not playing in this game. YKG already down 2 players. So they could definitely push themselves up the leaderboards. Dope Slayers have been doing a great job today so far, sitting in 2nd place with a nice couple of games under their belt. The Chosen all the way down in 17th. This squad only has 6 points in 4 games here, Zute. Can you believe it?
That's rough. That is very rough.
Pretty
Maybe
shocking.
Vikendi? Maybe Vikendi is gonna be their map? I don't know. The Chosen, it's just a huge question mark. I haven't seen them make a decisive play at all yet. Maybe they just need to, you know, go aggressive. Because some teams are really good at fighting under pressure, and sometimes it's just the individual players, they just pop off individually, right? And the fight goes their way. But other times when teams try to, like, be synergized and pull off these, like, executed plays, and if it's just not there, everything falls apart.
Yeah, let's see where this next zone's going to go. Where's it going to help out these squads? Let's take a look here. I'm going to guess it's going to hard shift. Nope. I lied. Dead center.
Doesn't
Beautifully
change
done.
much at all.
Yeah, and that's kind of pretty typical of Vikendi, believe it or not. It
Yeah,
just likes to
no
go and just center
hardships.
up. Yeah, so I think teams are going to play it just a little bit slow. I'd be surprised if we see a team kind of push. Well, actually right now wouldn't be a bad time because there's still a lot of room to kind of back off if you really just push perfectly.
I did notice Hyper, of course, playing very split. They're playing a split as if they've played this split for like years, right? Like they know exactly how to split up on Vikendi, even though this is a map that has not been in the competitive map pool for a while. It might work out for them as excuse. They're not going to expect a team to be split in such a way. And Hyper, they might get a few picks. They might not get any. But excuse, they feel the pressure every which way as they're trying to rotate through here, trying to go more central.
Oh, yes, they do. Playing it very, very carefully right now. Excuse is trying to play it quiet. Will and Hyper catch one of their players slipping? Oh, they heard something. Yeah, James heard something, threw a smoke, not risking this vehicle, and I think we're going to see Excuse get out of here. Yep. Not taking no risks today.
And Hyper, they might just be corralling Excuse all into one position, though, because you can see they do have a player, GK First, on the high ground that can just pinch them in, but it looks like he's going to be backing off as well, as a nade did rain in over there. So Excuse, they'll stay alive as 4, and in Hyper, they're grouping up now.
Let's see what Rosh is going to be doing here. He throws a smoke trying to protect his vehicle. And Excuse is looking to make it out of here alive. It doesn't look like they're looking to get into a fight here anytime soon.
No.
Yeah, not trying to take any risks.
A lot of teams just waiting for that next zone. This used to be a map, though. At some point, I remember teams decided to make a change in things and just play it aggro. Because there were a lot of isolated fights to be had. I remember back in the days when Juicy used to play competitive for North America, Shadows' Space Station Gaming from like years back. I remember his thing with Vikendi was to play aggro, just full send crash, take the 4v4s at these compounds, because they were so good at taking angled fights, these isolated, fights at these little compounds. You hold the angle, you get a supporting fire. And it worked out. But nowadays, it's been a while since this map's been in play, so maybe teams have yet to explore that option, and they're just going to wait for the circles. And circle does shift a little bit north, pretty much centers more than not. And Hyper rotating in might run into Puppeteers, who's dead center of this new circle.
Yeah, I can't blame teams. I mean, they haven't played this map in a long time. No one's looking to take any risks. Wow, QZ getting the angles here. And now GK First getting it done with that DBS. Can Dong make it happen with a nade one more time? Go, go, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really needs to get a better angle here. What a great knock, though. I believe it's just Rin.
Yeah. Going for a revive.
Go, go, go. Go, go,
He's
go.
going. Keep going.
Go, go, go. Get in that window. They let him get the res, and they're going for the reset. So
okay. 1-for-1 res. Not the worst. But go, go, go. He needs to find a way to involve himself in this fight because the rest of the team, Dong is going to do it. Instead, Dong and Fang with the DBS, and Go, Go, Go is chilling right now because his 2 teammates are wrapping this fight up. Ren, last one up. Eat some DBSs from the side. Still doable, 1v3. Oh, nope.
Puppeteers
shot.
Taken out and Hyper. How do you feel about that, Sute?
Oh, there goes my prediction down the drain.
Just like that. Done and dusted. Wow.
Good job for
played.
Puppeteers, though. Yeah. They only lost 1. Losing only 1 player to a 4-man team of Hyper that's been absolutely killing it. That's a pat on the back.
I got to agree. It is one heck of a pat on the back for them. Let's see what the Chosen can do. Can they finally get started here today, Zute? Do you think that this could be their time?
I mean, if they get started, it's pretty much done for the day. This is the last map.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
they can get a game here going,
It'd
put
be
them
good
on
for
the
them.
boards. Yeah, at least for
Yeah, for the
tomorrow.
league. Yeah, for tomorrow. I don't know. I'm trying to go back into the old Vikendi records in my head to kind of see how things might play out depending on zone shifts. And this one, I'm going to have to say TC actually have a really strong spot because they have the woods right next to them in the west, right? Where they could kind of move into the center and fight their way in. The only problem is if another team's smart enough to just entrench themselves and get in front of the Chosen, they might have a tough time pushing out when the zone, you know, ultimately centers up more. But I don't know if teams remember back in the old Vikendi days, you know, how strong that wooded position is if you just full send it right now. So it might be open for the Chosen to use in the next circle.
Definitely could. Let's see what YKG can do as they try to defend against Team Mobility. Fears got that DPS out here. Gotta watch out though for any utility. They do throw the smokes. Pew is looking to throw some nades up top as they don't want to just push needlessly. They know they got those DBSs ready to go.
Yeah, the dynamic duo. Oh, that is not a good push.
Oh,
Straight up the
Joey!
stairs. Oh my.
Goodbye!
Ooh.
See you later, Team Mobility! Joey said, this is my stairs. This is my stairs, baby. You shall not pass. Dude, Joey, wow, the wizard. Put down the staff.
That hurt to watch. I literally winced.
You winced.
Yeah, I
Brutal.
winced.
Oof.
Yeah. I felt like I got stung by like a hornet or something.
Yeah. Can't say I blame you.
Ouch. Just ouch. K19 crashing right into the Chosen. Now this is what I was saying. K19, they could have moved right ahead in front of them into the woods. There's a lot of cover dips there. But I don't think these teams are that experienced at Vikendi. Instead, they crash into a fortress being held down by the Chosen. And well, oh, okay. I was going to say the Chosen are finally showing up, but it's not really the Chosen. It's just Gajia who got a 1v4.
Wow. Finally, Gaji really just shows up. Puppeteers getting punished by Execute. Well, maybe not for too long, as we do see some great plays there from Go, Go, Go. This is Seven's pick. Can he hold it down? He can't. So that is going to be Seven's pick.
Oh, third party.
Third party. Here they go. Can Execute hold on?
Nope. It's just Wancho. This is third parties that Vikendi was so well known for at these compounds. Because you crash in and there's cover. You isolate yourself. Wancho. Pre-nade. No luck there. He's got the DBS.
Great job, though, so far. Can he hold on? He does have that DBS, which is dangerous, but nope. Just like that, Execute is done. Stevo eliminating him. Here comes Phoenix, a fourth, fifth party. I mean, oh my goodness, non-stop action here at this house.
This house is open for parties. Everybody is invited. Nice kind of reset, though, for the team of Wanted. They get third party, but they don't go down immediately. And I think it's actually a 1-for-1 trade. Both teams just lose one. It's Phoenix and Wanted.
Oh,
and
Zed's on fire.
The zone's not on
again.
either of them.
Oh, wow, look at he jumped up top on that little box.
Yeah.
The floor is lava. 2 members of Phoenix still alive. The Chosen still up. That's you and Cameron's pick right there. Dope Slayers do finally lose one, get knocked, as they're trying to edge on in. It does look like it will be a battle between Dope and the Chosen going into this next zone. But for now, what a nade. Beautifully done by Stevo there to shut down Phoenix.
And now it's a 3v1. Gonna finish this one first, confirm the point. They still have 1 minute and 10 seconds before the zone starts closing. Yeah, so they have time. Russia with a really good nade, though. Hurting, too. Massively. And,
Got him!
Catches that! Now it's a 1v2.
Zed had no idea what to do. He was like, what do I do here? Just jump to the left? Nope. He gets knocked. Rushy has to just live up to his name here. He has to rush them and get a good 1v1 situation. Here it is. Oh, that DBS shot, if it hits.
The baits.
Got him. Oh my gosh, it did knock. Oh. Spooky. Said, I got a DBS of my own, buddy. And eliminates Phoenix Esports right there. What a great knock there. Dope. Oh, in big trouble.
The Chosen down to 1.
Pieced up the Chosen like crazy, though.
Yeah. It's all down to Subpig. And they weren't able to get any confirmation points. There's 2 knocked, but Subpig, he's gotta finish this one out. If he can catch these 2s, that is 2 more confirmed points. Oh, that's 1 confirmed point.
Wow,
2 blue zone.
I'm surprised Dope didn't try to pick him up and put him on their shoulders and get him into the zone. Looks like they're just gonna take the sacrifice here. Subpig just pre-nading, trying to buy some time. Nesquik is still knocked. Dope is not wanting to pick up their teammates at all right now. Nesquik's like, please, help, help me, help. Hayuya said, you wait. You wait. This is your fault that you got knocked. Okay, finally. Throw in a little smoke. Not a nade. Sports team. Subpig's got a DPS, though. He's coming.
Yeah, Subpig is applying pressure. He's getting closer. He's not going to let him get a completely free revive, keeping Hoyuya on his toes. And, yep, getting extremely close. He can't go for the revive. And the pre-fire!
Oh, my gosh! Subpig shutting down Dope. I don't know. I feel like that was a throw from Dope. I think they had the position to get each other up, but weren't able. There goes BOPE. WALLSTREETBETS is still up, man. WALLSTREETBETS have been doing a great job of fighting their way in and surviving. But I don't know. This next zone, it is not looking good for them.
It was a good push, though, by Dope. We didn't get to see the beginnings of it, but it was a 4v4, and we saw how well TC shut down the first team. So Dope almost shutting them down. No luck there, though. WALLSTREETBETS, they have to rotate in, and this is the difficult decision for them to make. How are they going to creep on in? There's so many open sight lines, no huge hard covers to be used to move on in, and there's so many players just waiting to take shots at them.
WALLSTREETBETS, yeah, just completely stuck out. The only way they're going to get in is with the guns on their back. They got to hit those shots. Here we go with a nice push. Kubi with a nice suppressive fire allows Zed to move up with that vehicle a little bit further. And it looks like we're going to see WALLSTREETBETS just get gate-kept like crazy. Yep. Zed shutting them down. Rise from Golden Eagles doing a great job of applying pressure too. This is not a team you want to let get in the zone for free.
No. And they are finally done. WALLSTREETBETS, valiant effort, fighting their way in. Managed to pick up 5 eliminations, 5th place finish. Not too shabby. And we're down to 3. The Chosen, the prediction. Gone. We're down to Golden and YKG. They're still in there.
I should have bet on YKG. Joey is still alive and fears. I guarantee if you want one duo up in this tournament, it's going to be those 2 right there. Can they pull off a miracle? They have a great position at the top of this hill. They do have the angle onto Golden Eagles. But this zone, I'm not sure if this rock is in zone. If it isn't, that's going to be really tough.
There's still one player, though.
Ooh, that hurt. That hurt. That's an eviction nade. That's what that is.
There's still one player for Wanted, though, that could help out YKG. He's really close next to the team of Golden Eagles. He can make the opening for YKG that they need. Now the next zone, taking a real close look. YKG actually have to move in to the side of Golden Eagles, so not very good. And I don't think there's much cover. There's that one tree in front of Joey. I think that's it. And it's already going to be
There's a crate. Fears trying to get closer to that crate. He is making a little smoke wall towards it. Just for reference, everybody watching that's possibly new, this is Golden Eagles' game to win. They have all 4 up. They have the...
Fears!
It is their game to lose. Can YKG pick them apart? Did he see Zed's toes? He's got something.
It was Zed that knocked Golden Eagles right there. That's how Fears knows. He's using the last of his bullets. He's got no
one
M4
HP!
bullets, Ness. He's only got the DPS. No long range capability now for Fierce.
Oh, he's got a crate. He's got a crate. So
what's in
clutch.
it?
What is in it?
What?
It's a G. Oh my gosh! It's the squad wiper, the MG3.
Oh, he could do this. 2v3. But he's got the squad wiper.
The luck. The luck. He pulls one of the best guns in the game. The MG3. Pure 7.62 dominance. If you want one gun to get you in a squad wipe, this is it. But he's in a desperate spot. Can Beowulf hit this nade? Oh, that one hurt. He's got more coming. He's going to get downed. Oh, he missed!
How long can he survive?
How are they missing these nades?
How much more do they have? That's a real... I think they're out.
Oh, no. Yeah, no
They're
nades
out?
here for Beowulf.
And the
None
zone.
here.
The zone is done for...
Look
Oh,
at
Joey!
Joey! The butt cheeks, Joey! No!
Oh, you gotta clinch them sometimes. Did not clinch hard enough, and that is done.
Oh, done. Golden Eagles.
Oh.
Holding it down. Just like that. Wow, what a finish. I kid you not, it got a little scary there for a second. I thought we were going to see a clutch from YKG, but hey, you know what? Golden Eagles flying to the top of the leaderboards like that. Beautifully done.
Yep. Golden Eagles on the last game, Vikendi, and, well, I can't say like I predicted, but the team that got the woods, they won the game.
Yep.
So that Vikendi knowledge, a lot of teams could definitely, you know, kind of study up on the old VODs, maybe know some of these power positions that aren't as, you know, that doesn't pop out on the map. And Golden Eagles, they found their way in and they closed it out. Got a little bit scary, like you said, Jukes, but Golden Eagles, I think they were chilling. They had it in the bag.
Yeah, they did. They did there, man. Joey, you know, I know he's been hitting them squats, getting them legs ready to possibly carry his team, but that dump truck just getting a little too thick and getting caught behind that tree right there. Unfortunate for him, but it's Golden Eagles, right, with a great win. Only 4 eliminations on that one.
Only 4.
Wow.
Yeah. I think very likely another team probably got more overall points than them for that game. Only
Totally
4
possible.
eliminations. Yeah, there were teams with picking up a lot of eliminations on Vikendi, and that's just how the new point system's going to shake things out, Jukes.
Well, we'll see how it all ends up here in just a little bit, guys. Don't go nowhere. It's been Hot Jukes and Zute. We'll see you right back after this break.
Next up, I got a big question for you, my man, and that is, why did you decide to leave your old team and join MEZEXIS?
A lot of the players that were in the old team wanted to make a different team with another players, and we all decided to just go our own way. And MEZEXIS hit me up out of nowhere when they found out I was a free agent, and they decided to give me a chance. And ever since I started playing with them, I felt like it was a good team, and I decided to join them.
since you just recently joined MEZEXIS, you know, how is the synergy in the team right now? Do you feel like you have what it takes to become champions this season?
When I first joined, I've always been able to adjust to any team easily. So at the beginning, it wasn't a problem. And I think if we put enough work and do what we need to do to be champions, I think we can.
Thank you so much for talking to us, Trick. I personally expect big things from you this season. Last but not least, do you have anything to say to the fans out there?
To whoever supports MEZEXIS, I appreciate you guys, and just keep watching for us.
Golden Eagles being able to come out with the chicken dinner in the first match of Vikendi that we have played in a very long time. Before we break that down, a quick shout out to our sponsor, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I did not expect Golden Eagles to win that match at all, Cameron.
Yeah, Vikendi's a very weird map to try and follow, though. As we saw from that entire game, not even just the end, this is the one that challenges you being able to push compounds more than any other map. And then, I mean, we eventually ended up in the woods, but again, it's still just sort of focused on defensive measures and how to stop teams pushing into your area. And the Golden Eagles, they weren't particularly active. They only got 4 eliminations, but hey, they got the win in the end, and that's really the important part, is getting the points that are available for you to get.
Yeah, and I love the synergy between this team. I kind of saw it in the first match, too. I think I called it out, how they were able to push into just one player.
I remember
they
that,
didn't
too.
hold back on that. So, loving what I'm seeing out of them. But let's look at the match ranking and see how the other teams were able to perform in that first weekend in a very long time. YKG being able to actually steal that first place in regards to just total points with 16 points total.
Yeah, and they were down to 2 people pretty early on in the game. We were actually both talking about this when they asked for our predictions of who's going to be top 3. We both considered YKG. I can't speak for you on why you didn't choose them. I didn't, just because they were only down to 2 individuals, and that's always a very risky maneuver versus teams that have like 3 or 4 up. But they were able to make it work, get a couple of extra elimination points at the very end. They couldn't get the full win, but still really made this map work well for them.
I'll tell you why and didn't pick up in a minute. I got to give a shout out there to the Chosen being able to pick up 11 points. This was a team that at one point was very at the bottom, I think, after 3 matches, if I'm not mistaken, with just 2 points.
Close to.
So good to see them getting points right there. And the reason why I didn't pick YKG is because I wanted to go with a bit of an underdog story with Puppeteer. They ended up with getting a lot of eliminations. But they just let me down. That team, we'll get a chance to talk about them a little bit more later on as we go to the overall. But let's actually go to that second page and see the teams that didn't do so well. And Hyper only getting 1 point.
Yeah, again, they tried to front an attack onto Puppeteers, I believe it was, and I mean, this time around didn't really work out so well for them. It's only been 1 day. We don't want to read too much into these individual matches just yet, but so far it seems as if it's hinting at, and Hyper are definitely very good at playing super defensive and setting up control, but when it comes to aggressive maneuvers, that's not exactly where their bread and butter is.
Yeah, wink, wink. We're starting to see a pattern here from Hyper, and we'll see if it continues on to tomorrow. The Panthers, too, a team that started off strong today, not being able to finish off strong with only being able to get 3 of the elimination points right there. And super lazy reflex. I mean, I honestly was expecting a little bit more out of this team so far. I feel like they have let me down. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow. As you were mentioning, it is just day 1. We don't want to overthink things here. You know, there might be teams trying out different stuff. There might be teams just trying to feel out each other and see what the other ones are going to be doing.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really excited for tomorrow because we saw a lot of really cool things from a number of different teams. Obviously, Hyper was going to be the big storyline. They won the first 2 in a row, but seeing the consistency from teams like Dope and MEZEXIS, seeing some great aggressive maneuvers, particularly from the Panthers, but then even some other teams that like might have started bad but are picking things up. We have a long regular season ahead of us before the finals even start. So we're only at the beginning of what these storylines and what this whole narrative is going to be turning out to be.
Yeah, so for everybody watching, relax, okay? No time to overthink it. No time to panic if your team isn't performing well. We still got plenty of time. Let's actually take a look at the overall leaderboard because I would be surprised if Hyper's not at the top. Okay, 46 points. But YKG with the performances that they've been able to put up and within Hyper not being able to finish off that well in the last 2 matches, they're able to catch up with 43 points.
Yeah, those 2 wins really put Hyper in good placement points, but they only got 2 other points other than those 2 wins. So they had a really hot start. It was a pretty harsh cooldown, and that allowed teams like YKG, Dope Slayers, and even WALLSTREETBETS actually to catch up, and none of those teams are really far behind. So what we were worried about of Hyper just completely running away with all of this doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, and one of Vigilantes, they have been very quiet, but they've been able to get those points. 28 points, currently tied with Golden Eagles. They're going to be setting themselves up nicely there to at least go into day 2. And this is what I was talking about. This is why I was trying to go with the quote-unquote underdog story by picking Puppeteer, because this team, out of 4 matches today, they have only gotten 1 placement point. But if you go look at the eliminations, they're currently tied for first place in regards to elimination points with YKG.
That's wild. That is absolutely wild to see that much of a difference. It also just shows that it's really difficult to rely on 1 point accrual over another. If they can get those placements up, we could see yet another team start to challenge for that top position. It's actually the Panthers being on the 2nd page and execute it's also really shocking.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected the Panthers with the way they started, and I wouldn't have expected execute. I mean, this is a team that I actually have in my top 3 to finish in the finals. So I have to remind myself, wait, hold on, don't panic. It's just day 1. Relax, calm down. And then
don't worry.
the Chosen being able to move up there to 12th place with those 17 points. And I think we're starting to get a look at just how big the change is with the point system this time around, because a lot of these teams are being a lot more aggressive. We're starting to see a lot more eliminations. Team Mobility only being able to get 4 placement points, but those 10 elimination points definitely coming huge. And at the bottom, Cameron.
Yeah. 2 teams being less than 1 point per game is very, very unfortunate. Like, they have time to climb the hill, but it's a really, really tall hill for them to climb. Like, they have 1/10 the points, Super Lazy Reflex and Meta4, than like the 3-4 teams at the top do. That's insane.
Yeah, and for Super Lazy Reflex, I'll give them a slight break because of how they started. They started off with a hot drop that they were not expecting, right? So, but something's going to change here, okay? We don't want to see that again tomorrow, please.
1 hot drop is going to ruin your whole day 7. Come on.
You'll be surprised, especially if it is their first time here in the PMPL. I have heard war stories from players where they just can't get back into it if they are the first team eliminated out of the whole PMPL. But as I said, we'll give them a break. Let's take a look at who is going to be the MVP for today. Any guesses, Cameron?
Trick? No.
Ooh, that's a great
As a
guess.
solo individual player, maybe. The problem is like, how do you... Pump for the Puppeteers!
Do I get half a point for this?
I'll give you half a point for this.
Thank you. Fang, 2,100 damage, 12 eliminations, and what's impressive is he's being able to do that with just 60 minutes of average survival time. What?
Listen, he's efficient. He's got stuff to do. I don't know if it's homework. I don't know if it's work or chores or even just a hobby on the side. He gets in, gets his point, gets out.
He's like, all right, I got the eliminations. I'll see you guys in this match. I'll be waiting for you guys. We have been
My
playing...
contract clearly states I only need this many points.
You don't need me past 17 minutes. That's it. Cut off. We have been playing a talent prediction game here throughout today. So let's take a look at what the scoreboard is going to be like. Oh, I have 7 points. You have 9 points?
Let's go!
Two teams got 2 and Hodges got 4? Okay.
What? Okay. All right.
Whoa.
Why do you do this?
Whoa.
Okay. Hot Jukes gets... Okay, there it is. They took a little too long to fix that one. I was worried. If you count up the number of half points that we all got, probably around the same. I don't know.
I would have 1.
You would have 1. I'd have... I don't know.
You would at least have 3. Sute would definitely at least have 3 as well. And I think Hot Jukes would actually be at 4. I think that's why they took a little bit longer there to take that one down from 4. Because he has been very close to get those points. And I got one heck of a reality check right there. Going from 7 points to 0 points. Oh, I need to step it up. I need to stop going for the underdog and just go for the safe bet.
I had 9 right in front of my eyes. It got pulled away from me.
You at least got some points. You at least got some points, right? Let us know at home. Did you get any points? Have you been playing this game with us? Make sure you use hashtag PMPL NA. We're definitely going to be taking a look at all the tweets, all the Instagram pictures. At least I will be. And make sure you guys follow us. Subscribe to the YouTube channel and join the Discord as well so you can keep up to date with everything. Before we end today, Cameron, anything that surprised you on this day one of PMPL NA?
That Hyper couldn't keep up their streak. Maybe sitting out on Sanhok cooled their jets a little bit. But honestly, we talked about at the top of the show how there wasn't a lot of things that we could really nail down as absolute expectations. And so to see these new storylines start to develop is really exciting, being on the ground floor for what could potentially be a new era of a new player or a new team taking the top of North America.
I agree, and something that definitely surprised me was how much more aggressive these teams were. I can't wait to see how this PMPL is going to plan out. This is only day one. I can't wait to see what day 2 and the rest are going to be like. Make sure you guys don't miss out. We're going to be back here tomorrow for day number 2. It's me, your boy, the Stone Worlds Gaming, Cameron Davis, Hot Jukes, and Sute. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.